Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a simple meal sharing app in React Native using the React Native framework and the MongoDB as backend. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So let's actually, initially look into the demo part of the video over here. So this is going to be a short project with simple and minimal features. So over here we have 4 tabs. That's the home or the feed and the search, upload tab where you upload the recipe, as well as the profile tab. So here in the feed, we're gonna be seeing all of the posts that the current user or the users within our application have uploaded. So it actually shows your image of the recipe, the title of the recipe, and the person's username, as well as the Sujan type, and here it shows all of the likes. Okay, so here we have 1 like and 1 comment. So I've just added a random image for this. So yeah, as and when you scroll through more posts, and if at all there are more posts present in the app, it is going to be shown over here. And we've also implemented pagination over here as well. So one more thing is, once you pull to refresh, it is going to fetch the latest posts if at all anything are present. Okay, and even while scrolling down as well, so since we've implemented pagination, we're going to only fetch the first 10. So since the number of posts are less than 10, we are not able to see that. Okay, but even that is being implemented. So that's it about your home screen. And once you press on any kind of post, we are going to navigate to the next screen, that is going to be the recipe details screen, where we're going to see the details of the recipe, that is how to make it, the ingredients to be added, how many likes, how many comments, and the description and follow, and the user who is actually posted it, and all of these images. And if at all they've posted more than one image, even that can be shown over here. That is just like this. And below over here, that is at the bottommost part, we can actually try to comment on the post as well. Okay, you can just try to add a comment and then post it over here. So that comment is going to be shown over here, that is with the username who has posted it, as well as the comment itself. So if that's it about your recipe details screen, you can take a look at it. So this part is done. So let's come back to the upload screen. So this is the screen where you're gonna upload the recipe. Okay, so let's try to give this a try. So I'm gonna enter a random recipe name. How to make this cuisine Indian. Okay, ingredients, I'm gonna say paneer, 1 cup, add tomato, again 1 cup. Steps, I'm just gonna add some random steps over here. Add ash paneer, and then the dish is ready, something like this. Let's add a normal image I've downloaded, let's say this one. Add, you can add more than 1 image as well. Upload, and there you go, just like that, success recipe uploaded. And that latest post is going to be shown over here, again with the image, your username, as well as the title and description as well. Okay, so that's a really good design for the upload screen. So that's what your upload screen does. That is, it takes all of the details from the user, that is ingredients, steps, photos, title, description, etc., and it uploads to the feed screen over here. Okay, so that's pretty much it about your upload screen. In the profile screen, it's pretty simple. Here it shows all of the uploaded recipes by the current user. So yeah, actually all of these 4 recipes have been uploaded by the current user itself. You can actually create more users, and then automatically even that should work properly fine. Okay, so yeah, we can edit the profile as well. So once you press on edit profile, we can edit the username as well as the bio. So this is basically the bio I've given, and it is showing the date, that is when this user is joined. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, as I told earlier, this user has uploaded 4 posts, and all of the 4 posts are going to be shown over here. So once you press on edit profile, you can edit this. Also, you can edit the username as well, and you can cancel also. Okay, so you can try to log out as well. So once you log out, you will be taken to the login screen. So that's pretty much it about your profile screen, where the details regarding the user is going to be shown. I'm going to say log out, and boom, just like that, we are coming directly to the login screen. So here you can actually try to log in with your email, that is with the account which you've created. And if you do not have an account, you can press on create account over here, and here with the help of this screen, that is the register screen, you can try to create your account, and you can directly try to log in as well. Okay, so that's the basic understanding about the entire application. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button. So let's get started with the project right away, a fresh new React Native project. So let's go do that. So I've just currently opened up my VS Code on my Mac, and currently I've just opened up a empty terminal. So let's get started. So here within my terminal, I'm going to go into my build folder, where all of my projects are present. So for that, I'm going to say cd build. I'm going to press on enter. So here I'm going to execute the command, that is npx add React Native community /CLI init, the project name, and I'm going to install this specific version that's going to be 0.79.0. Let's press on enter. So as you can see, it says welcome to React Native 0.79, downloading template, copying template as well as processing template. So it's currently, installing all of the project dependencies. So let's wait for some time, let's say about 2 minutes, for it to install and initialize the project for us. After that, we're going to go into the project structure and then look into the project files. So now it's asking, do you want to install Cocoa Pods now? So by default, the option will be set to no. So in this case, I'm just going to press on enter, and there you go. It has completed initializing the project for us. So these are some of the run instructions for Android. As you can see, we need to go into the cd, that is project, and then we can directly run npx React Native run Android. Whereas for you're using iOS, as in my case, we need to go into the iOS folder first of all, and then we need to install the Cocoa Pods. So for that, we need to do bundle install, and second step, we need to do bundle exec pod install. So since I'm on the iOS, we need to follow these steps, and after that, we can run npx React Native run iOS. And if all you are using the Android, that is the Android emulator, you can directly go into the project or directory and then run this particular command. So let's get started. I'm going to go into the project directory, file, open folder, go into the build folder, recipe app, and then open. And there you go. So this is our project structure, or initially the files that React Native gives once when you initialize a fresh new React Native project. So first of all, let's try to run our application. So since this is the iOS, let's install the Cocoa Pods. Go into cd iOS. I'm going to say bundle install. Let's press on enter. So there you go. It's installing all of the dependencies over here. Let's wait for this to complete. Yeah, this is done. So next I'm going to say bundle exec pod install, enter. So this also is going to take in about, let's say, 2 minutes to complete. So let's wait for the command to execute. So generating pods project, and it's almost done. Okay, I'm just going to do a pod install over here once, and then we can start to run the application. So yeah, this is done. Come back to a new terminal. Make sure you're into the project directory over here, just like this. And I'm directly going to say yarn iOS. Let's press on enter. Okay, so some project is already running. Let's first of all clear that off. I'm going to say terminal, quit terminal, and cut this server. Again, say yarn iOS. As you can see, it opened up the launch package command prompt, and we have 3 options: reload, open dev menu, as well as open dev tools. Here it has found the Xcode workspace and also found the booted iPhone, that is this one, and it's currently building the application. So once it builds up, whatever is there within the app.tsx, that should be shown onto the output screen of the simulator. So let's give it about 2 minutes and then let's wait for the output to be shown. So there you go, it has successfully built the application. So it's almost opening up the simulator and it's bundling the code, and boom, just like that, we are able to see the output screen. So whatever I said, that is whatever is there within the initial return block, the same design is going to be shown onto the output of the simulator. So this part is done. We have completed the first initial step. That's a good thing. So now, since we're using NativeWind as well as TypeScript into the application, first of all, let's try to initialize and install NativeWind into our project. So for that, let's head over to Chrome, and I'm going to search for your nativewind.dev. Make sure you come into this one, that is nativewind.dev. Get started. So since we're using frameworkless, that is React Native framework, choose that option. I'm going to use yarn over here. Copy the command and come back over here and just try to paste it. So while that's installing, let's come back over here. The second step is going to be set up Tailwind CSS. So I'm just going to copy this down and I'm going to say new file, tailwind.config.js. Paste the given code, save the file. So this is actually referring to the code that they have given onto the documentation, but we are going to follow the code according to our folder structure. So just try to add in this piece of code that is containing app.tsx, your src folder, and then screens, components, as well as navigation. Okay, let's come back over here. The next step is to create a CSS file and add the tailwind directives. So copy this down, create a global.css, and then add in all of these three values. New file, at the root level, global.css, paste it over here. Save. That part is done. Next, we need to add the Babel preset. So let's try to include that within the babel.config.js file. That is going to be over here. Add it and save this file. Okay, next we need to modify your method.config.js. So let's do that. I'm just going to get the code for that. So I'm just going to go into my method.config.js and then modify this code just like this. Save. So here we're going to include the input that's going to be global.css, and we're going to also use the with NativeWind that's going to come from the NativeWind/metro. So make sure to make this change, and then let's come back over here. So I think pretty much that's it. We just need to import your CSS file that is onto the main app.js. Let's try that out. Come back over here, and here I'm just going to say import global.css. Save this file. Yeah, we do have that issue. Let's reload the app. First of all, let's do a pod install. I'm going to say enter. Okay, so this issue is with respect to the React Native Worklets version, so we need to install the correct package. So let's try to add this package. So it says React Native Worklets package isn't installed. Please install a version between 0.4 and then 0.4. I mean 0.4.0 and 0.42. Use reanimated. So yeah, let's try to copy this package and then add it. Yarn add React Native Worklets, enter. And there you go, that got installed. Now let's try to initialize this pod install. And just like that, it's installing all of these three things, and yeah, it's finally done. This part is done. We also need to install the Tailwind CSS package as well. So I'm going to say yarn add Tailwind CSS, enter. So we're going to install the specific version for Tailwind because for some reason it might error out if at all the version is more than 3. Okay, so come back to package.json. So okay, so for some reason it's not installed. Okay, I got installed into the dev dependency. So here I'm going to say 3.4.17. Save the file. I'm just going to say pod install. And here I'm just going to say yarn so it gets updated. Now let's give this a try. Let's try to cut down the terminal and then let's restart. Quit terminal. Yarn iOS, enter. So yeah, let's wait for some time for the app to reload. If all we have done everything correctly, we should be able to apply the NativeWind classes. So yeah, let's wait for some time. So alright, the app has been finally loaded. Let's give this a try. Come back to the app.tsx. Let's go on to some other point and then let's try to give the styles directly. Let's say this one. I'm going to say class name and let's say text red of 500. Save, and just like that we're able to apply NativeWind into the application. That is good. So this part is done. So now the next step is let's try to initialize the React Native vector icons. That is important. So I'm going to say clear the screen and then let's actually try to install it from GitHub. I'm going to get the list of icons actually. So search for React Native vector icons, GitHub, enter. You can use the first one. You can go to the docs and then you can try to install it on your own. So they have given specific steps for both iOS as well as Android. So you can check that out. So I'm just going to get the bunch of icons that I'm going to install now. So let's come back over here and then I'm going to paste in the list. You can take a look at it. So it's going to be equals to yarn add React Native vector icons / different icon families, that is your &design, your typo, and so on. You can pause for a second and then you can try to copy all of this and then install this, enter. And after this is initialized, we also need to install the common package for the React Native vector icons. So yeah, let's wait for this step to complete. This is done. Yarn add React Native vector icons / common. This also is required, enter. So yeah, we need to do a pod install, and before that we also need to mention all of the icons for the iOS part itself, that is into the info.plist file. So let's make that change. Come back to iOS. Your application info.plist. I'm just going to get the list of the icons. That's going to come below your false tag. So this in turn is going to have a key that is going to be UI app fonts. You can take a look at it. I'm going to minimize this and make sure to copy this down. Okay, so let's try to save the file. So this is also actually available directly on the documentation itself. So we just need to search for that. I'm pretty sure it's there. As you can see, refer to the guide for Expo, React Native, or for the web. Press on React Native since we're using that. So for iOS, as you can see, install that and then have this list of icons. So the same thing I've done over here, but with a lot of icons. Okay, so once that is done, cd iOS as well as pod install and then rebuild your application. Whereas for Android, I think rebuild your app, no extra steps needed for Android. Okay, let's try to do pod install. Enter. There you go. It's installing all of the required things, which is good. Let's cut off the app. Again, let's try to rebuild it. Okay, here I'm going to say yarn iOS. Enter. So yeah, while this is happening, let's try to initialize the folder structure for this. That is for the entire project. So let's come on to the root level. That is, let's say on app.tsx. We're going to have a main global folder that's going to be src. Under that, we're going to have different screens or different folders. One is for the API. One is for the components if it is required. Okay. Next one is going to be, let's say, for the screens. Next we have for the store, because we're going to use Zustint while implementing the features and functionalities. Then we're also going to have a utils folder separately. I'm going to say utils, enter. Apart from that, the navigation setup. So src, new folder, navigation. Okay, so yep, that's it. So first of all, let's start looking into the setup of the navigation. So if you have checked out the demo part, that is the initial 5 or 6 minutes, we had 4 tabs in our application. That is your home tab, your upload tab, your search tab, as well as your profile tab. Okay, so we're gonna first of all design the folders for this, and then we're gonna include and initialize the dependencies required for React navigation. Press on navigation, and then I'm going to say new folder, navigators. Enter. Again, press on navigation, new file. I'm going to say your routes.ts. Navigation, one more new file, that is going to be your navigation.tsx. RNFES to get the shorthand code snippet. Save the file. So to get all of your shorthand code snippets, make sure you have installed ES7 within your systems. For that, you can come back to the extensions tab over here and you can search for ES7. All right, that is going to be, I guess this is the one. Yep, ES7 React Redux or React Native code snippets. Try to install that and you should be able to get all of the code snippets within your site. So come back over here, close this. Let's come back to Chrome. Install the dependencies for React navigation. So search for React navigation.org, or you can directly search for bottom tabs. The first link, press on getting started. I'm going to use yarn again. Copy this down and install that into the main project. Scroll down. The next step is to move over to Hello React Navigation, I guess. Okay, I think we forgot this one. Community CLI. Yeah, so we need to install React Native screens as well as safe area context. Copy that down and add it over here. Enter. Once that is done, let's come back to Hello React Navigation. Here we need to install the React Navigation /native stack. Add that over here. And once that is completed, we need to install the bottom tabs as well. Okay, so again, copy it with using yarn. Come back over here and then paste the code. This part is complete. Okay, so before we continue, let's write down all of the routes that are going to be present within our application. So I'm going to say routes.ts. I'm going to say export const. Routes is going to be equals to, I'm going to say login. That is going to be your login. Furthermore, we're going to have it for the register. I'm going to say register is going to be equals to register. Then I'm going to say for the main app, home, it's going to be home. We're going to have a search page that is going to be equals to search. Okay. Then your upload recipe page. So upload recipe is going to be equals to upload recipe. All right. Next, I'm going to say profile. Let's write that properly. Profile is going to be equals to profile. Furthermore, I'm going to say edit profile is going to be equals to edit profile. Next, I'm going to say favorites is going to be equals to favorites. Next, I'm going to say collections. I'm going to say collections over here. Next is going to be collection details. So we might skip the collections part because there is not a lot of features over there. Okay, but we're going to mention it over here. So details, let's try that properly. I'm going to say collection details over here as const. Okay, so these are some of the screens that we're going to use in this particular project. Format once and save the file. Okay, so within the navigator, let's try to have the main tab navigator.tsx initially. So navigators, new file. I'm going to say main tab navigator.tsx. Okay, here I'm going to say initially export type root tab param list equals to import your routes. Initially I'm going to say your routes dot your home. That's for the first tab. Initially everything is going to be undefined. Next I'm going to say your routes dot your search. This also is going to be undefined. Next I'm going to say your routes dot your upload recipe, undefined again. Finally it's going to be for the profile. So I'm going to say your routes dot your profile. This is also going to be equals to undefined. Okay, that's it. Here let's try to initialize the tab. I'm going to say const tab equals to create bottom tab navigator. I think we can import directly from Chrome itself because auto import is not working. Yeah, this is the one. Copy that down and add it over here. So it's going to be of type your root tab param list. Okay, here I'm going to say export const main tab navigator. That's going to be equals to of type react dot your functional component. Okay, here I'm going to say return your tab.navigator. Here within that I'm going to have all of the 4 screens. I'm going to say your tab.screen. The first one is going to have the name, that is going to be equals to your routes dot your home, and your component is going to be equals to home screen. First of all, let's create the screens folder. Okay, it's already there. Let's create 4 screens: home screen, search screen, upload screen, as well as profile screen. Home screen.tsx rnfes, save. Upload recipe screen .tsx rnfes. Furthermore, your search screen .tsx rnfes. Finally, your profile screen, new file. I'm going to say profile screen.tsx rnfes. Okay, save. This part is complete. I'm going to say home screen. That's going to be the component. And options, I'm going to say feed. That is for the title only. So I'm going to say title. Okay, feed. This part is done. Similarly, I'm just going to add it or copy this down for the remaining screens. The second one is going to be for the search component to show is going to be equals to search screen. So let's add that over here. So import search screen from the screens folder. Here title I'm going to say search. Format once. Okay, so for some reason formatting is not working. I guess Prettier is installed. Yeah, so this is the one actually, but save. Alright, so let's look into that later. So yeah, this part is done. So for the third one, it's going to be equals to your upload recipe screen. So let's add that upload recipe screen. Next one is going to be for your profile screen. Title is going to be equals to upload. Okay, and over here title is going to be equals to the profile. That's it. Let's format once and save. So this is it about your main tabs. That is all of the 4 tabs. We just need to initialize the icons over here. So for the tab navigator, I'm going to pass on my screen options. This in turn is going to have in the routes initially. So I'm going to say routes over here. Okay, and this in turn is going to have header shown. It's going to be false, and I'm going to say tab bar icon. This in turn is going to say focused, then your color as well as your size. Here I'm going to say let icon name equals to ellipse, just like this. Check the route name. I'm going to say if at all my routes or route dot name. Okay, this should be route actually. Is going to be equals to your routes dot home. Then here I'm going to say icon name is going to be equals to, after all it's focused question mark, it's going to be home, else it's going to be equals to home outline. Alright, here I'm going to say else if your route dot name is going to be equals to your routes dot search. Then here I'm going to say again icon name is going to be equals to, check if at all it's focused, then it's going to be this icon, search icon, else it's going to be equals to your search outline. Else if over here I'm going to say if at all your route dot name is going to be equals to your routes dot your upload recipe, then in this case I'm going to say icon name is going to be equals to focused, it's going to be equals to cloud upload, else it's going to be equals to cloud upload outline. Okay, that's done. And for the final one I'm going to say else if your route dot name is going to be equals to your routes dot profile. Then here in this case I'm going to say icon name is going to be equals to focused question mark person, else it's going to be equals to person outline. That's it. Here let's try to return iron icons. I'm going to say return iron icons. Let's write that properly. Having the name for this, name is going to be equals to your icon name, size is going to be equals to your size, and your color is going to be equals to your color. Okay, and below this we're going to have 2 more options. That's going to be equals to tab bar active tint color as well as tab bar inactive tint color. So for tab bar active tint color I'm going to say hashtag 007A FF Next, I'm going to say tab bar inactive tint color. It's going to be gray color. Let's try to import the iron icons. So I'm just going to go onto the top and then paste it over here. This should be iron icons. Save. Okay, that's it. So format once and save the file. Okay, this is complete. So now let's actually try to initialize the auth stack as well. Let's create two screens initially, login screen as well as your register screen. So screens over here. I'm going to say login screen.tsx rnfes, save the file, as well as register screen.tsx rnfes, and then save the file. So navigators, I'm going to say new file. That's going to be equals to your appstack.tsx. Okay, here let's try to initialize the stack. I'm going to say const stack equals to create native stack navigator. So import it onto the top just like this. I'm going to say directly export const auth stack is going to be equals to your react dot your functional component equals to return your stack.navigator, and here we're going to have in your stack.screen name is going to be equals to routes.login, and your component is going to be equals to login screen. Import that from the screens folder as such. Copy this down one more time. Here it's going to be equals to routes.your register. Component render is going to be equals to your register screen. Import that, and that's it. So this is your entire auth stack. I'm going to say export default auth stack, format, and then save. So let's try to have in one more navigator. That's going to be your app stack. I'm going to say appstack.tsx. App stack is already there. Okay, my bad. So this should be auth stack. Okay, not app stack. So rename. This is going to say auth stack.tsx. Yeah, the name is correct itself. Now let's create the app stack.tsx. Okay. Here again, we do need access to the stack. Copy that down. Import it as well. Okay. Here I'm going to say export const app stack is going to be equals to your react dot your functional component okay, this should be equals to stack.navigator. Within that, you're going to have your first screen. That's going to be stack.screen. Here I'm going to say name. That's going to be equals to your main tabs. Component to render is going to be equals to your main tab navigator. That's going to be all of the 4 tabs. Import that directly. Options, I'm going to say header shown as false. So header shown, set it to be false over here. Okay. As you can see, that's it. Let's try to save the file. So for now, this is it about the app stack. Let's come back to the navigation.tsx and then let's try to render the stack based on whether or not the user is authenticated or not. Okay. So I'm just going to add the code for this. You can just take a look at it. So for now, we're going to hardcode the value, and once we have implemented the sustain part, we're going to make it look dynamic. So let's cancel this out. Let's do a pod install since we've installed few dependencies for React Navigation. Enter. Okay. Let's clear off the app. As you can see, it's installing the dependencies for React Navigation. Okay. This part is done. Clear off the terminal. Quit terminal. Let's come back to the app.tsx over here. Let's remove everything that's present, and then we're gonna import the navigation over here within the return block. Okay. So remove this, and here I'm going to say import navigation from the src folder. that is just like this. All right, let's try to save the file and let's try to rerun our project. So if at all we have done everything correctly and the app loads, we should be able to see the login screen. If at all we have done, if at all we have given the is authenticated as false, let's give that a try. Let's give it true, so that we should be able to see the app stack. Okay, yarn iOS, enter. So there you go. It's again going to rebuild the app from scratch, and hopefully we have done everything correctly. If that's the case, we should be able to see here 4 tabs being shown onto the screen. So let's wait for about 2 minutes. So as you can see, we are getting an error which says a navigator cannot contain multiple screen components with the same name. So let's look into that. That is where exactly we have gone wrong. It says found duplicate screen named home. Okay, yeah, there is issue over here. So the third one is going to be for upload, and this is going to be for your profile. Save, and boom, just like that, we're able to see our bottom tabs. It's working properly fine. So now this step is done. So now the next step is we can actually try to set up the backend part of it, and let's try to initialize the, let's say, Prisma. We're going to use the schema for that, and let's also try to initialize a fresh new MongoDB project. And after that, we can look into the design of your login as well as register screens. So let's head over to MongoDB over here, new tab. Let's head over to mongodb.com. I'm going to say sign in, login with Google. This part is done. So now the next step is, let's come back over here, scroll down. I'm going to say view all projects. I'm going to press on new project. The project name is going to be equals to recipe sharing app. Okay, you can give any project name you want to give. Next, as you can see, I myself am the project owner. Press on create a project. All right, so yeah, we need to create a cluster for the project. Press on create cluster. Make sure you choose the free version of it, that is 512 MB. Apart from that, I'm going to leave everything as default. Press on create deployment. We need to create a database user. I'm just going to give the same values. Create database user. Choose a connection method. That's the third option. MongoDB for VS Code. So make sure you copy down this URL. That is important. Let's come back over here, and I'm going to create a new file. Not a new file, a new folder. Onto the root level, I'm going to say backend. Here I'm going to say cd backend. So I'm going to say npm init-y. Okay, so a blank package.json should be created within the backend folder. As you can see, that's good. So here we're going to install few dependencies that we're going to use in the backend part, like your bcrypt, cors.env, and so on. So I'm going to say yarn add cors bcrypt.js .env express rate limit JSON web token multer Prisma, then your TS node dev, Winston for the logging and all those details, Zod, and types for the multer, types for node, your Prisma client. I'm going to add Prisma / client. Yep, I think these are the required things for now. Enter. All of these should be installed within the dependencies list. So let's wait for that. There you go. All of these have been installed. That's good. So here, let's write down the script now itself. That is for the dev as well as for the start. I'm going to say start script. That's going to be equals to node build index.js. I think we are going to make use of the dev one. I'm going to say dev Here we're going to say ts_node_dev -- respawn. I'm going to say transpile only src app.ts. Okay, save. Let's try to create the src folder within this src. Within that, we're going to have a bunch of other folders. There is your controllers, apart from that, we're going to have in your routes. Next, we're going to have in your middlewares. Then next, we're going to have in your services. Furthermore, we're going to have in your utils. Then we're going to have the main app.ts. Okay, that's it. So let's come down to the main app.ts and then export the or import the required values. I'm going to say import express from express. Next, import your course from course. Import .env from .env. I think we also need to initialize the Prisma client. I'm just going to say npx prisma init. Enter. So this should actually, create the Prisma folder for us, and within that it should have the schema file. Let's wait for it to complete. It says it's fetching the latest update for this subcommand. There you go. This is done. If at all, you can check out the Prisma folder. As you can see, we do have the schema.prisma that is generated for us. Okay. Come back to app.ts. Over here, I'm going to say import your Prisma client from @Prisma client. Next, I'm going to say import your path from path. I think we can look into that later. First of all, I'm going to say .env.config. Alright, I'm going to say const Prisma is going to be equals to new Prisma client. I'm going to say app.use of your course. I think app is not yet initialized. Yeah, we need to initialize it to express. I'm going to say const app equals to express. Here I'm going to say app.use of course, and here I'm going to say app.use of express.json. Here I'm going to say app.use of your API limiter. We need to define this. Yeah, we can write that in just a bit. And let's also write the logging for this. So I'm going to say utils and then logger.ts. Logger.ts. So this would actually show all of the logs while we are writing all of the endpoints. I'm going to say import your Winston from Winston. I'm going to say const logger is going to be equals to Winston. We have the create logger method. Use that. Level is going to be info. And format value, I'm going to say Winston.format. I'm going to say combine. I'm going to say format, not over here, my bad. So this should be equals to your Winston.format dot your timestamp and Winston.format.json. Here I'm going to say transports. Here it's going to be equals to your new Winston dot your transports dot your console. Okay. Here furthermore I'm going to say new Winston dot your transports dot is going to be file, and I'm going to say your file name is going to be equals to your error.log. Level is going to be of error. Okay. Next I'm going to say finally new Winston dot your transports dot file, and I'm going to say file name is going to be equals to your combine.log. Okay, I think there is no brackets over here. That's it. Let's try to save the file, and we can try to export the logger. I'm going to say export default logger, save. So if this part is done, so let's try to come back to the app.ts. Here I'm going to say app.use of your request, comma, result, comma, your next. Here I'm going to say your logger dot info method. So whatever is the request dot method, we're going to use that over here. Makes of backticks, request dot your method, and your URL as well. Request dot your URL. Here I'm going to say next. That's it. So let's try to have in the port. I'm going to say const port is going to be equals to your process dot env dot port. I think this is not yet initialized. We are going to have that, or it's going to be equals to 3000. Let's create that env file. I think it's already present. So here we're going to have in a bunch of values being present. Let's add that. So I'm just going to add in all of these three values over here. That is your database URL, your JWT secret, as well as a port. Let's modify the database URL according to this one that we've gotten from MongoDB. Come back over here. Okay, change that and then save the file. So here let's try to listen. I'm going to say app.listen onto the port, taking a function over here, and we're going to say your logger dot info with a message being server running on port 3000. Okay, so here there is underline, it says left hand side of an arithmetic operation must be of type any. Okay, it needs to be double over here for the OR. Save. So this part is done. So now let's actually try to run the backend part, and before that we also need to have the tsconfig.json file that's not present. So in the backend folder I'm going to say touch tsconfig.json. okay, so you should be seeing a blank tsconfig.json file being created over here, and here I'm just going to add in the required configuration, that is your target, your compiler options, your module, and so on. You can take a look at it just like this. Okay, so let's try to save the file. So now before we run the backend, let's actually try to generate the Prisma client, and also let's try to push it as well to the DB. So before that we need to fill up this with details, that is with different models, that is user, recipe, your like, comment, rating, favorite, collection, and the collection recipe. So let's get started. So we can actually try to remove all of this, it's not required, the commented out things. So the first one is going to remain as is, that is your generator client. So provider is going to be Prisma client, we can remove the output, that's not required. Save. And data source DB, provider is going to be equals to Postgres, that is by default, in our case MongoDB. So let's add in that. And URL is going to be equals to env of database URL, and that is already present over here. Okay, let's continue designing the next one, that is going to be for the user model. So I'm going to say model user ID, it's going to be of string. Next is your email. Yeah, this is going to be unique basically, that is for the ID. I'm going to say @ID, at default it's going to be auto. Here I'm going to say dot @map underscore ID at db.object ID. Next email, this is going to be of string, and this is going to be @unique. Apart from email, we're going to have the username as well. This also string. This is also going to be unique. Next is the password for the user of type string. Then we're going to have basically nothing over here. Next, profile pic. So this is going to be of type string, and this is going to be an optional field. So I'm going to say string and then question mark for optional. Next, you're going to have the bio as well for the user. Alright, so even the bio is also going to be optional. Next is going to be your created at value. This is going to be date time. That's going to be the type, and it's going to be at default.nav. Okay. Next, we're going to have the updated at as well. So updated at, it's going to be date time. Here I'm going to say at updated at. That's it. So here we're also going to have the recipes that is posted by the user. I'm going to say recipes. This is going to be type of recipes. Type of recipe with an array, because we can have n number of recipes. As well as the likes, that's going to be of type like. We're going to define each of them in just a bit. Next is going to be comments of type comment. Apart from that, we're going to have your ratings. Here it's going to be of type rating. Next, you're going to have your favorites. This is going to be of type favorite. Furthermore, collection. Actually, we can skip the collection part because we're not going to implement it in the project. Next is going to be for your model recipe. Let's try to define that. Here I'm going to say model recipe. Initially, again, it's going to have an ID of type string, and it is essentially going to be the same thing as the previous one, that is at ID default auto at map of underscore ID and then db dot object ID. Copy that down and let's try to paste it over here. I don't think it's copied correctly. Okay, we can remove this. Apart from ID, the next thing is going to be the title for the recipe. Okay, so title is going to be of type string. Next is the description for the recipe. String, this is optional field. Next, the ingredients that is required for the recipe. It's going to be JSON and it's going to be in the form of an array. Then steps required to make that food item. Again, steps with a JSON of array. It's going to have photos. So each recipe can have n amount of photos. So again, it's going to be array of string over here. Apart from that, we're going to have your cuisine type. This is going to be an optional field. So string and then question mark. The author ID, that is a person who is creating this. I'm going to say string, and it's going to be equals to add db dot your object ID. Next, these two values, created at as well as updated at. Created at is going to be equals to date time and then default now. Updated at is going to be equals to date time and then updated at. So add it over here. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. Apart from that, we're also going to have the author, that is the person who's created it. So I'm going to say author. It's going to be of type user, and here we're going to have in a relation as well. So I'm going to say add relation. This in turn is going to have in the fields, so it's going to be related to the author ID, and let's also pass in the references that is going to be with respect to the ID. Okay, so likes for this particular recipe is going to be of type like of an array. Next, your comments is going to be of type comment. Okay, next, ratings is going to be of type rating. Next, your favorites is going to be of favorite. Again, an array. The last one, collections, we can skip that. Okay, that's it for the recipe part. And here also we're gonna have some indexes for this. Let's try to add it over here just like this. So this is with respect to the cuisine type, and this is for the sorting part. Okay, save. Now next let's try to define the model like. That's gonna come over here. I'm gonna say model like. Again, it's gonna have a unique ID, and that is gonna be of type string, and it's gonna be the same thing. Copy that down, and let's add it over here. Apart from ID, we're gonna have the user ID, that is a person who's liked it, of type string. And here I'm gonna say add db dot your object ID. Next I'm gonna say recipe ID. Here again I'm gonna say type string. Here again I'm gonna say add db dot your object ID. Okay, next created at value. Here I'm gonna say date time, and it's gonna be add default dot nuv, or add default of nuv. Next it's gonna have the user details. I'm gonna say user is gonna be of type user, that is already defined onto the top. And here again we're gonna have the relation. I'm gonna say add relation. Having the fields, it's gonna be with respect to the user ID, and also the references, that's gonna be ID. Similarly, it's gonna have reference to the recipe as well, that is which recipe is liked. So I'm gonna say recipe over here. Again, add relation with the fields of your recipe ID, references to the ID. So that's it about your like model. And again over here I'm gonna say add unique of your user ID and then the recipe ID. This part is done. Let's move on to the next model, that's gonna be your comment model. I'm gonna say model comment. Again, this is gonna have a unique ID of type string and then the same value over here. Copy that down and add it over here. Okay, this part is done. Next I'm gonna say text. Here I'm gonna say string. So this is the person who has commented having the string, and here I'm going to say add db dot your object ID. Next we're going to have the recipe ID on which the comment is going to go. Okay, so again of type string, and here again I'm going to say add db dot object ID. Apart from that I'm going to have the created at value. So created at, it's going to be date time. Here I'm going to say add default nuv. Alright, here I'm going to say user, that's going to be of type user. Again we're going to have in the relation fields is going to be user ID, references to the ID. So try to add that over here. Next we're going to have the recipe. It's going to have the type of recipe and relation. So field is going to be reference ID, not reference ID, recipe ID, as well as the reference is going to be of the ID. Copy that down and add it over here. I'm just going to add in the details for the rating model, so you can take a look at it. That's going to come right below the comment model. Save the file. So here we have a unique ID and then the value, that is for the rating, that is 1 to 5 stars, and the user ID who's rated it, the recipe ID, the created at, and these are the types: user of type user, recipe of type recipe, with having all of the relations. So rating is done. Next let's try to define the favorite model. I'm going to say model favorite. It's going to have a unique ID. Copy that down, add it over here. Apart from ID we're going to have user ID of type string. Here I'm going to say add db dot object ID. Next I'm going to say your recipe ID of type string, and over here again I'm going to say db dot object ID. Next created at value is going to be dates time. Here I'm going to say default of nuv. Okay, even these two are going to have relations, so copy the same things over here and then add it over here. Alright, that's it. So anyway, we are skipping the collection part. So that's the entire Prisma schema for our project. We have your user, the recipe, like, comment, rating, favorite. If all you've missed something, you can, take a look at it right from the starting point. I'm going to scroll down from the top to bottom part. Alright, so that's it. Let's try to save the file. Now let's try to, generate the Prisma client. So for that, I'm going to say npx Prisma generate, enter. Okay, so there is an issue while generating the client. It says failed to load config file, that is this one, as a TypeScript or JavaScript module. Error Prisma config env error. Okay, probably it's not able to access this database URL. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's actually create a TS file that is for the Prisma. I'm going to create it at the root folder, that is the root folder of the backend. New file, I'm going to say prisma .config.ts. okay, it's already there. Okay, that's good. Here let's try to make the changes. So here initially at the top we are defining two things, that is define config as well as env. Let's also get in the config. I'm going to say import config as your load env from .env. This package is already initialized, and yeah, let's leave this is default. That's going to be correct itself. And at the start, let's try to call the load env so that we should be able to access that database URL within the schema.prisma file. Okay, so save the file now. So now let's try to give this a try. I'm going to say npx Prisma generate. Okay, so that issue is gone, and there is some other issue. It says an output path is required for the Prisma client generator. Please provide an output path. Okay, in our case, I think I removed that at the starting point. So finally got to know the issue. So here we can directly add the Prisma client JS, so it defaultly generates the node module Prisma client. Okay, so previously we were just having Prisma client, so here make sure you add the JS as well. Again, you can try to give this a try. npx Prisma generate and npx Prisma db push. Okay, so there you go. You can verify the backend. You should be able to see all of these models getting created in the backend over here. Okay, that's it. Let's try to run the backend. Yarn dev, enter, and there you go. Just like that, event.env is injected, and level info server running on port 3000 and then connected to MongoDB. Okay, this part is complete. So now the next step is we can actually look into the design of the login as well as register screen, and after that we can start writing the endpoints for logging in as well as registering a user into the application. So for that, let's come back to the front end part, and we're gonna go into the login screen.tsx, and then let's start looking into the design of that. That is this one. First of all, let's make it false. That is the navigation.tsx. Here it's true. I'm gonna say false. As you can see, just like that, the login screen is being shown, which is good. Come back to login screen.tsx. Here initially, let's try to have in the states. I'm going to say const email comma set email is going to be equals to use state. Okay, next I'm going to say const password comma set password is going to be equals to use state. Apart from that, I'm going to say const show password comma set show password is going to be equals to use state of false initially. Next, we can try to initialize the navigation. Const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, just like this. And yeah, we can directly get into the design block over here for the view class name. flex of 1, bg of white, px of 6, and then justify of center. Save the file. That is looking good. And yeah, below this we're gonna have the app header. So here I'm gonna say view. Within that I'm gonna have one more view. Within that I'm gonna have your iron icons. Import that from React Native vector icons. So this is gonna be the restaurant icon. I'm gonna say name. It's gonna be a restaurant. Let's pass in the size 36 and the color. That's gonna be equals to hashtag 4F46 and then E5. Okay, let's try to save the file. There you go, we're able to see that onto the screen. For this one I'm going to say class name. So initially I'm going to say items of center, MB of 8. Here I'm going to say class name for this one. It's going to have a width of 20, a height of 20 as well, rounded off full. You can actually check out the design in the description. I'll be pasting a PDF link, and in that all of the screenshots are going to be present. You can look into that and then you can follow along. Okay, so yeah, apart from this I'm going to have a bg indigo of 50, item center as well as justify of center, and MB of 3. Save. There you go, that's looking good. Format once. Okay, I think I need to look into the format issue. For some reason it's not formatting correctly. Yeah, we can check this later. Below this we're gonna have two pieces of texts. I'm gonna say text over here. This is gonna say cookly, recipes and meals. Below that we're gonna have in one more piece of text which is gonna say discover, cook and share your favorites recipes. Save. That's looking good. Class name for this, text of 2XL. Apart from that I'm going to say font of extra bold. Next I'm going to say text gray of 900. Here I'm going to say class name again, text of SM, text gray of 500, empty of 1. Okay, as you can see that's looking pretty good. So below this we're going to have the form where they're going to enter the email and password. Right below this view, having one more view. This in turn is going to have another view, which in turn is going to have a text which says email. Below that I'm going to have in a text input from React Native. Pass in the value that is going to be equals to your email. On change text, here I'm going to say set email. I'm going to say keyboard type. This is going to be of email address. Next we're going to have the auto capitalize. It's going to be none. I'm going to say auto complete is going to be off. Placeholder is going to be equals to you@domain.com. Okay, next I'm going to say placeholder text color. Now this thing, it's going to be equals to hashtag 9CA 3AF, and let's pass on the class name for this. So class name, it's going to have a border and then border gray of 300 or 200. Apart from that, rounded of MD, PX of 4, PY of 3, BG of white, text gray of 900. Okay, let's try to save, and there you go, that's looking fine. So for the email text I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of SM, text gray of 700, and MB of 2. For this one I'm going to say class name, space y of for save. Okay, that's looking pretty neat. So let's try to do the same thing for the next one as well. Copy down this view, save. So instead of email, it's going to say password over here, and let's make the other remaining changes. So instead of space y, I'm going to give it empty of 3. Yeah, that's looking good. And for your view, or I don't think there's going to be a view over here, we can remove that. So this text is going to have the same design, and this view is going to have relative. I mean, after the text, you're going to have the view, basically having the text input. Here, class name is going to be relative, and for the text input value is going to be password. On change text, I'm going to say set password, and keyboard type is not going to be present, remove that. Even auto capitalize, not there. Auto complete off, let's keep it. Placeholder is going to say enter your password instead of this one. So here I'm going to say enter your password. Your placeholder text color is going to be this one itself, and class name again border gray 200, rounded MD. Other styles are going to remain as is. Save the file, and below this text input we're going to have the touchable opacity, where that eye icon is going to come up. I'm going to say eye icons. Name I'm going to say, if at all show password is true, then it's going to be eye off, else it's going to be equals to eye. Size 20, and apart from that I'm going to say color is going to be equals to this color code. Okay, that is 9CA and then 3AF. Okay, so that's it. This part is done. Let's try to save the file, and let's also try to give the class name for this. I'm going to say absolute right of 3 and a top of 3. There you go, that's looking good. And once you press on this, I'm going to say on press, taking a function. Here I'm going to say set show password of not of. So here I'm going to say set show password of not of show password. So if it's true, make it false. If it's false, make it true. Save the file. As you can see, that's working fine. And we need to make the change over here as well. That is for the value. I mean, not for the value, for the secure text entry. I'm going to say secure text entry is going to be equals to not of show password. Save. Currently it is not shown. I'm going to say 1 2 3 4 5 6, and once you enable it, it is not going to be shown. Okay, this part is done. Now let's try to have in the sign in functionality over here, that is right below the view, having a touchable opacity, and below that, first of all, I'm going to have in a text which is going to say sign in. So for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name BG indigo of, let's say, 600. Rounded is going to be MD. PY of 3. Items is going to be center. Justify center as well. And empty of 1. Alright, and for this I'm going to say class name. For sign in, it's going to be text of white color. Font is going to be semi-bold. There you go, that's looking good. We can give it an empty of 1 over here, or empty of 2 or 3. 1 is slightly less. Yeah, 3 looks good. So next one I'm going to have in the design for create account or forgot password. That's going to come right below your touchable opacity. Let's add it over here. Save the file. There you go, create account and then forgot password. Once you press on create account, you should be coming to the register screen. Alright, that's it. And you can also add the social links over here. That is just for the design part. So right below the view, I'm going to have in one more piece of view. This in turn is going to have your touchable opacity. Here I'm going to have icon icons. Name is going to be equals to logo Google. Size of 18. Color is going to be equals to hashtag EF4 and then 444. I mean EF4. Yeah, that's correct. 444. Wrong spelling of this. Yeah, as you can see, that is being shown to the screen. Here I'm going to say text, which is going to say Google. Save. Okay, let's try to add this one more time. Here it's going to be logo Apple. And for the outermost view, I'm going to say class name. This is going to have flex of row and a space x of 3. And for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name. Flex of 1. It's going to have a slight border. And then border gray of 200. Rounded is going to be MD. PY of 3. Items of center. Flex of row. Justify of center. Save. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna give the same styling for the second touchable opacity as well. Copy that down, paste it over here, save. Okay, we can try to give it a gap, basically gap of 2 or maybe 3 and empty of 3. So here also let's give it a gap of 2, just a space out between the icon and the text. Okay, gap of 2 as well. So for the text, it's gonna have ml of 2, class name, or yeah, ml we can skip it, directly give text of sm. Same thing over here, class name, text of sm, save the file. This part is done. Here we're gonna have a footer design. I'm gonna say view. This in turn is gonna have a text which says by continuing you agree to Cookly's terms of service and privacy details or privacy policy. Having the class name over here. Okay, this is gonna have text of XS, text gray of 400, and here I'm gonna say class name, items of center, empty of 8. Save. Okay, I think this design is looking pretty good. Let's actually try to remove the header. That's not required as of now. So come back to Authstack and I'm going to say options, and we can directly say header shown is going to be false. There's the one, and boom, just like that. This design is looking pretty neat. Same options to the second one as well. Save the file. Let's come back to create account and let's start designing the register screen similarly. Okay, after that we can get into the backend part and then define all of the required endpoints. So here we need 3 things: email, password, as well as the username. So just try to copy down the state that is required over here. Import use state. Here I'm going to say const comma set username is going to be equals to use state initially empty string. Let's again copy down the navigation statement. This is the one, and let's also import use navigation from React Navigation. Okay, and yeah, we can get into the return block design. So class name for this, flex of 1, bg of white, px of 6, as well as a justify of center. All right, here we're gonna have in one more view. So this view in turn is gonna have again the restaurant icon. Copy that down. Import icons from React Native vector icons. Save. Okay, that's looking good. Again, we're gonna have two pieces of texts. This design is gonna remain as is, so copy down these two values and we can add it over here right below the view. Save. Okay, and for this view, let's give the design class name, items of center, and MB of 8. Okay, that's it. And here I'm just gonna copy down the same design for the email one. It's gonna remain as is. Import text input from React Native. Save. Okay, this part is done. Again, copy down this for the username one and make the change. So value is going to be equals to your username. On change text, set the set username over here. Okay, you can remove the keyboard type, not required for this. And auto capitalize none, and placeholder is going to be your display name. And placeholder text color is going to remain as is, and this design is also going to remain as is. Save. I'm going to say empty over here of 3. This is going to say username. Okay, next is going to be for the password. So let's try to add that. I'm going to have a view over here. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to say password with the same design as above. So save. Again, this is going to have empty of 3. Add it over here. Below the text, let's try to have in the text input. And we're going to have the value as well as on change text. Value is going to be your password over here. On change text is going to be equals to set password. And this is going to have secure text entry. That's going to be true. Placeholder is going to be equals to your create a secure password. I'm going to say create a secure password. Below that, we're going to have the next one that's going to be placeholder text color. Same thing, copy that down. And this also is going to remain the same itself. That is for the class name design. Save. There you go. That's looking good. Next, we're going to have the create account design. Copy this down. Instead of sign in, it's going to be equals to create account. That's going to come right below the view. Import touchable opacity correctly from React Native. Here, I'm going to say create account. Save the file. Okay, that's looking fine. So yep, this part is done. Save the file. Next, we're going to have again already have an account, then sign in or forgot password. So let's try to come over here. Let's try to add in the same design. That is for this one. Okay, save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see both of the things, coming onto the screen. That's looking good. And this part is done. Next, we're going to have again those two buttons for sign with Google or sign with Apple. I think they should say Apple over here. Copy this down, then add it over here, right below this design. Save. Okay. And yeah, we're also going to have this one at the register screen as well. Save the file. There you go. That's it. So yes, we have designed all of the required screens for the navigation part. So here, so instead of create account, we are going to say already have an account. Already have an account. Sign in. Here I'm just going to say navigation.go back. As you can see, that's looking good. So yes, we have completed designing both of the screens and it's looking pretty good. That is with respect to the design. let's actually get started with designing the backend part, that is all of the required endpoints are required for registering the user as well as logging the user as well. And before that, I think I forgot to write in few middlewares, that is the rate limit middleware as well as the error middleware. Let's write these two. So the first one is going to be error middleware .ts. Here I'm going to say first of all import request and response comma your next function from express, and here I'm going to say export default error of type error comma request of type request, your response of type response comma next of your next function. Here I'm going to use the logger again, so logger dot I'm going to say error and show that particular error dot message. I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot json with a message being or error being internal server error. Okay, I think I missed an arrow over here. Save the file. This part is done. Again, similarly for the rate limit middleware to prevent bombarding your API. Let's come back to middlewares and then new file. It's going to be rate limit middleware .ts. I'm going to say initially import your rate limit from express rate limit, installed. Here I'm going to say export const API limiter equals to rate limit. Here it's going to take in three things, that is the window size, window ms, and the maximum number of requests per each IP as well as the message. Okay, I'm going to say window ms 15 minutes. I'm going to say 15 into 60 into 1000. Next I'm going to say max, that's going to be equals to 100 requests within that specific time window, and then message is going to be equals to too many requests from this IP. I'm going to say please try again. Save the file so we can actually try to use this within the app.ts. Come back over here and I'm going to say over here app.use of your rate limiter or the rate limit. I mean, not this one. Let's check out the name. I just forgot. Where is that? It's going to be API limiter. So come back to app.ts of your API limiter. Next, we can also try to use the error middleware as well. Here I'm going to say app.use of your error middleware, just like this. Save the file. Okay, no issues, that's good. Now let's get started with writing all of the functionalities for logging in as well as register over here. So within the services, I'm going to create my first service that is known as the auth service.ts, just like this. And within the auth service, we're going to have functionalities like register user, login user, as well as refresh your access token. So here on the top, initially I'm going to initialize my Prisma equals to new Prisma client from this package imported correctly. I'm going to say const salt rounds equals to 10. Okay, and here let's initialize the JWT secret. So const JWT secret equals to your process dot env dot your JWT underscore secret. So make sure you add a secret over there. I'm going to say const access expires in is going to be equals to, let's say, 9 hours, something like this. All right, next I'm going to say const refresh expires in is going to be equals to 7 days. All right, so here let's try to define the function register user. I'm going to say export async function register user. It's going to have in three things: email of string, username of string, apart from that password of string as well. And here I'm going to first of all have in the basic validation, that is if at all not of email or not of your username or not of password, then in this case I'm going to say throw status, that is 400 error with a message being missing required fields. Okay, and here let's try to normalize the email. I'm going to say const normalized email is going to be equals to email.trim dot converted into 2 lowercase. All right, next I'm going to check if at all any existing user is already present. So const existing equals to, I'm going to say await, it's going to be equals to your Prisma dot access the user dot, we have the find first method, let's use that. And here I'm going to have the where, here it should match this condition, use the or operator over here. And here I'm going to say your email should match the normalized email or the username. Okay, so if it is existing, then we cannot create the user with the same credentials again. So I'm going to say if existing, then here I'm going to say throw your status of 400 and your message is going to be equals to email or username already exists. Or already in use. Okay, this part is done. So now the next step is we need to hash the password. That's important. So we're going to make use of bcrypt for that. I'm going to say const hashed is going to be equals to, I'm going to say await prisma.user dot apply the create method. Here I'm going to say data, email is going to be equals to normalized email, your username, password is going to be equals to hashed. Let's write that correctly. Let's try to have in the select option over here. So I'm going to say select, your ID is going to be true, email as well true, username true, similarly profile pic true, bio is also going to be true. Next is your created at as well as your updated at. Let's try to first of all, okay, I think I messed this up. So here, not over there. First of all, the hash is not correctly written. So const hash is going to be equals to await here bcrypt dot, we have the hash method. First of all, let's try to import bcrypt from your bcrypt.js onto the top. Okay, and here I'm going to say await bcrypt.hash method. This in turn is going to take in your password as well as the salt rounds. So hash the password as well as the salt rounds. So here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await prisma.user.create, and here we're going to search based on this. Okay, so after that we're going to say const user is going to be equals to await prisma.user.create with the data as well as the select option, and after that we're going to create the tokens. So here I'm going to say const access token is going to be equals to your JWT, import JWT from your JSON web token. So here I'm going to say import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, types is not there. Let's try to add that over here. Copy that down. That is just like this. And into the backend folder, I'm going to say cd backend, yarn add this one, and save this file. Okay, that error is gone. So here, let's try to create the tokens. I'm going to say JWT.sign. And over here, we're going to sign based on the user ID. That's going to be equals to user.id. This in turn is going to take in the JWT secret. Here I'm going to say expires in. It's going to be equals to access expires in. So your JWT secret is not present. Okay, so first of all, let's check the env file if we do have that secret. Yeah, we do have some value present. So let's also try to add in the refresh token. So I'm going to say const refresh token is going to be equals to your JWT.sign user ID again, and passing the JWT secret, and expires in is going to be equals to your refresh expires in. Okay, and let's send these two to the front end part. I'm going to say return your user comma your access token comma your refresh token. Or over here onto the top, let's try to add in a random value. After all, it's undefined. Okay, save the file. Yep, so that issue is gone. So now the next step is let's try to define similarly the login user. Okay, here I'm going to say export const login user is going to be equals to async. It's going to have email of string as well as your password of string as well. Here, first of all, let's fetch the full user for password comparison. Okay, so I'm going to say const full user is going to be equals to await your Prisma dot your user dot we have the find unique method. Use that. So here I'm going to say where this should match the email. Okay, here I'm going to check if not of full user or not of await your bcrypt dot we have the compare method. We're going to compare the password with the full user dot password. If both, if any of them is false, we cannot implement this. So here I'm going to say throw new error which says invalid credentials. Okay, just like this. And now let's try to create a safe user object without the password. So here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to your ID. That is going to be equals to your full user dot ID. Next we have your email. That is going to be equals to your full user dot your email. Furthermore, your username. That is going to be equals to full user dot your username. Apart from that, your profile pic. That is going to be equals to full user dot your profile pic. Next I'm going to say bio. That is going to be equals to full user dot bio. Furthermore, created at. It's going to be equals to full user dot your created at, and then updated at. It's going to be equals to full user dot your updated at. Okay, this part is done. Again, similarly, let's try to create the tokens over here as well. Copy these two lines and then let's add it over here. Okay, once we have the tokens, just directly return it to the front end part. It's simple. I'm going to say return these two things, that is your access token as well as your refresh token, and then the user data. Save. Now the next and final function over here is to refresh the access token if at all it is expired, because it expires in 9 hours as we've given over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say export const refresh access token is going to be equals to async method, which in turn is going to take in your refresh token of type string Okay, here let's try to have in a try catch block. So try and then a catch of error. I'm going to say throw new error with a message being invalid refresh token. So within the try block over here, let's try to decode it first. I'm going to say const decoded is going to be equals to JWT we have the verify method, and we're going to verify the refresh token with respect to the JWT secret as your user ID of type string. Okay, here let's try to have the access token. So const access token equals to again JWT.sign method. Here I'm going to say user ID is going to be equals to your decoded.user ID. Again, pass in your JWT secret, and this is going to be expires in your access expires in, because this is the new access token. Okay, so if that's it, here I'm going to say return your access token to the front end part. That's pretty much it. So let's try to save the file. So the auth service is done. So now we need to write the controller for the auth. So come back to the controllers. I'm going to say auth controller.ts. Okay, so let's get started by writing this. So first of all, I'm going to say export const register is going to be equals to async request of type request, import request from express, and result or response of type response. Okay, so we're going to have your try catch block. So try catch of error, and here I'm going to say logger dot error of that particular error, and I'm going to say const status is going to be equals to your error dot status or 500 basically. Let's try to have in the message also. So const message is going to be equals to error dot your message. Here I'm going to say return result dot status of your status dot json with the error being message. Okay, that's it about the catch block. Within the try block, we need access to three things as we know. So const your email username comma your password is going to be equals to your request dot body. Okay, and I'm going to say const user comma your access token comma refresh token is going to be coming from your await register user. Import that from the auth service file. This in turn is going to take in three things, the same thing. So this in turn is going to take in all of these three values: email, password, email, username, as well as password. Okay, and here I'm going to say return result.status of 201 dot json with the user and the access token as well as the refresh token. That's pretty much it for the register part. Let's jump into the next one. I'm going to say export const login is going to be equals to your async request of type request result or response of type response. Here again we're going to have in your try catch block. So try and then catch of error. Here again same logger error of error, and then we're gonna send the result. So I'm gonna say return result dot status of 401 dot json with a error being login is failed. Okay, within the try block we need access to two things for logging in. So const email comma password is going to be equals to request dot body. So I'm going to say request dot your body. Here I'm going to say const access token comma your refresh token comma your user is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say login user of your email comma your password, and once that is done I'm going to say result.json of your access token comma your refresh token comma your user. So that's pretty much it for the login part. Let's finally write the last one, that is to refresh the token. So I'm going to say export const refresh is going to be equals to a async function again, having these two things being passed. Again, having a try catch block. So catch of error. Here, just try to copy this down. It's going to be the same thing. Logger.error of error, and then return result.status of 403 dot JSON, which says refresh failed. Okay. And over here within your try block, I'm going to say const refresh token is going to be equals to request.body. Here I'm going to say if not of refresh token, throw new error, which says no refresh token provided. Okay, once that's done, let's try to access the access token. That's going to come from the refresh access token function from the service file. So I'm going to say const access token is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say refresh access token from that file of your refresh token. Here, just send that token to the front end part. So for that, I'm going to say result.json of your access token. Save the file. So yep, this part is done. So we are good to go. Now we need to initialize our routes. So let's have in our v1 route. So within the routes, let's create a v1 folder. Okay, within the v1, I'm going to have in my index.ts, also my auth routes.ts. So within the auth routes.ts, let's try to have in all of the required things. So first of all, import your router from Express, just like this, and I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to router dot post. Here I'm going to say / register and import the register function from your controllers, just like this. Similarly, router dot your post method, here it's going to be / login. Here again, get in the login function from the controllers. The final one, router.post, it's going to be your / refresh. Here it's going to be refresh over here from your controllers again. Here I'm going to say export default router. That's it. So yeah, once auth routes is done, we need to initialize the index.ts. So here again, I'm going to import the router. So I'm going to say import router from your Express. And I'm going to say const, this is going to be with respect to the v1 router. So I'm going to say v1 router is going to be equals to your router. I'm going to say v1 router dot use. It's going to be / auth and your auth routes. So we need to import that auth routes from the same file. That is your auth routes file. So I'm going to say import your auth routes from auth routes. So save the file. So now within the main index.ts of your routes, so as you can see, now we have one index.ts under v1, this one, but we need one more index.ts onto the root level. That is just like this. That is directly under the routes. So here again, I'm going to say import your router from Express. Let's try to create our main router. So const router is going to be equals to router. And here I'm going to say router.use v1. That is going to be just like this, and all of your v1 routes. So we need to define this v1 routes. That's going to come from v1. Okay. So I'm going to say import v1 routes from v1. Okay, just like this. So we can try to export the default router. Export default router. Okay, so this is erroring out because I think over here, okay, we have not exported this. So here I'm going to say export default v1 router. Save. As you can see, that error gone. And yeah, that's pretty much it. This part is done. I think one file is unsaved, which is that. Let's check that out. Okay, I think is it the app.ts? Nope, not this one. All services saved. Even this is saved. Yeah, this is unsaved. Save the file. Okay, so as we have discussed earlier in the front end part, we're going to make use of the TanStack query, and we're also going to make use of the Axios interceptors for this. Okay, so first of all, let's try to define that, and also we also need to define the store, that is your auth store.tsx, because we're going to make use of Zustand for the state implementation or for the state management. So first things first, let's try to initialize and install your TanStack query. So make sure you come back to the main project over here, to the recipe app. I'm going to say yarn add TanStack / React query. Install this, and if you remember, we do have a API folder. Within that, we're going to have in the Axios interceptors code that we're going to write right now. Okay, so let's create a new file, api.tsx. Okay, here onto the top, first of all, let's try to define our API. I'm going to say const API is going to be equals to Axios. Let's install that as well. Yarn add Axios, enter. That got installed. So import Axios from Axios. Here I'm going to say Axios dot, we have the create method, pass in the base URL. In our case, it's going to be equals to http localhost 3000. It's going to be / API / your v1. Okay, let's pass on the timeout. That's going to be 30,000. So yeah, that's pretty much it about the API. So first of all, let's have in two fields, that is refreshing equals to false, and the failed queue, I'm going to say let failed queue is going to be equals to of type any. So here, first of all, let's try to have in the request interceptor. So I'm going to say API. We have the interceptors, use that dot request dot use it, make use of the use method. This in turn is going to have in your config basically. So here, let's try to have in the access token. So const access token is going to be equals to. Alright, so here in this case, it's better to define the use auth store because we do need access to that over here. So let's stop this at this point, and then for the store, or yeah, within the store, let's try to create a file that is known as your auth store.tsx. New file, auth store.tsx. Okay, and let's install Zustand. So I'm going to say yarn add Zustand, enter. So within the auth store, let's first of all try to define the type of the user. So I'm going to say interface user. It's going to have ID of string, then it's going to have email and a username. Okay, next we're going to have the auth state. I'm going to say interface of your auth state. Here I'm going to have access token, that's going to be of type string or null. Next, your refresh token, again it's going to be of type string or null. User is going to be of type user, that's defined onto the top. Furthermore, is authenticated, this is a boolean value. Next, I'm going to say set the auth. This is going to be a method which in turn is going to take in your access token, okay, of type string, as well as your refresh token of type string, as well as user is going to be of type user, and this is going to return basically void, nothing. Then next is going to be for the update access token. This in turn is going to have in your access token of type string, and here I'm going to say void. Finally, for the logout, this is also a method taking a function and void. Okay, here let's try to define the store. I'm going to say export const use auth store. It's going to be equals to create method from Zustand, So on the top, I'm going to say import create from Justend. Here I'm going to say create of type your auth state. Here we're going to make use of the persist method. So even persist is going to come from Justend middleware. I'm going to say import your persist, comma, your create JSON storage. That's what we're going to use from Justend / middleware. Okay. Here I'm going to say persist. This in turn is going to have in your set value. So here essentially all of the remaining fields are going to be null itself, that is access token, refresh token, user, and is authenticated. And we're also going to set the token. I mean, not set the token, we're going to set the auth, that is access token, refresh token, user, and we're going to make use of the set method. Similarly, for the update access token, we're going to take in the access token and then we're going to set it. And finally, for the logout, we're going to set the access token as null, your refresh token also is null, and then each authenticator is going to remain false. So I'm just going to add in the code for that. And the storage that we're going to use over here is going to be auth storage, and we're going to make use of the create JSON storage from your Justend. Okay, so just add in the code, you can take a look at it. So yeah, one thing I forgot is to install the async storage. So let's try to install that. So here I'm going to say yarn add React Native async storage / async storage, enter. Can do a pod install once. So as you can see, it's installing that, which is good. Now on to the top, we can import it. So I'm going to say import async storage from React Native async storage / async storage. Okay. So that's it about your auth store. You can take a look at it from the starting point if you've missed something. Okay. So let's come back to the API.tsx and let's continue writing the Axios interceptors part. So here for the token, so it's going to be equals to your use auth store dot get state dot your access token. Okay. And here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all my access token is present, then try to set the authorization. I'm going to say config dot have in your headers dot we have the authorization is going to be equals to your bearer token. So bearer dollar your access token. Okay. And try to return the config over here. If there is any error, try to catch the error. And here I'm going to say promise dot reject of your error. Okay, that's it. Alright, so let's move on to the next one. That's going to be your response interceptor. That's going to come down over here. So I'm going to say API dot again interceptors dot, this time it's going to be response dot use. Okay. So this in turn is going to have in your response basically. So have in your response just like this. Here I'm going to say async. If there is any error, have in that. First of all, let's try to track the original request. So I'm going to say original request is going to be equals to your error dot your config. Here check the condition stating that if at all your error dot your response dot status is going to be equals to 401 and not of original request dot underscore retry. And furthermore, I'm going to check if at all is refreshing is true. Then I'm going to say return new promise. It's going to take in your resolve as well as your reject. Here I'm going to say your failed queue dot push of the resolve and the reject. Here I'm going to say dot then API of your original request and dot catch of error. I'm going to say dot catch, take in the error, and I'm going to say promise dot reject of the error. So next, let's try to set the original request dot retry is going to be equals to true. So I'm going to say original request dot underscore retry equals to true, and I'm going to set the each refreshing is going to be equals to true. Here let's try to have in the try catch block. So I'm going to say try catch of your refresh error, and here let's try to add in the things. So you can try to add in this. We just need to define the process queue on the top. So let's try to have in that over here. I'm going to say const process queue is going to have in your error of any equals to null. Here I'm going to say failed queue dot for each method or for each value. Taking the value over there, I'm going to check if all error is there. I'm going to say prom dot reject of your error, else prom dot resolve. Okay, here I'm going to say failed queue is going to be equals to a empty array. Let's come back over here. So that's it about your catch block, and finally we're going to set the is refreshing to be a false. So is refreshing is going to be equals to false. Within the try block over here, I'm going to have in my refresh token, I'm going to say const refresh token is going to be equals to your use auth store dot get state dot your refresh token. If not of your refresh token, I'm going to say throw new error which says no refresh token found or no refresh token available. So next step is we need to adjust the URL if our auth roots aren't under /v1. Okay, so I'm going to say const your refresh URL is going to be equals to, I'm going to make use of backticks. It's going to be equals to $API.defaults dot your base URL /auth/ your refresh. Okay, so I'm going to say console.log refresh URL is going to be equals to your refresh URL. Here I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to await axios dot apply the post method, and here I'm going to say refresh URL comma pass in the refresh token over here. I'm going to say console.log refresh is successful if all it's worked out correctly. So refresh successful with that particular data, and I'm going to say use auth store dot get state dot we have the update access token method, so use that and pass in the data dot access token. It's going to be just like this, and once that is done, I'm going to say process the queue and return your API of the original request. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it about this, and here onto the top we can try to export the default API. So I'm going to say export default API. Okay, so this part is done. So now we can get started with implementing the register as well as the login functionality. For that, first of all, we need to come back to the app.tsx, and then we need to define your configuration for your TanStack query. That is, it needs to take in your query client provider. That is, we need to wrap it around the navigation. So here within the return block, I'm going to have in my query client provider. Okay, so let's add in the navigation within that. And the query client provider, we need to import that from your TanStack React query. Okay, so the installation has already been done. So here I'm going to say import your query client and your query client provider from at your TanStack query React query. Okay, So yeah, that part is done. So this query client provider is going to take in the client. Okay, let's first of all initialize the client. I'm going to say const client is going to be equals to, or you can say const query client is going to be equals to new query client. And here I'm going to say client is going to be equals to, let's write that properly, query client. Okay, so let's try to save the file. Missing semicolon, where is that? Okay, this one, save. Okay, that's good. Now let's come back to first of all your register screen, and over there let's try to implement it. Okay, so I'm going to say register screen.tsx. Onto the top here, first of all let's try to have in the register data interface register data. I'm going to have email string, username of string. Next I'm going to have password of string as well. And here I'm going to first of all have in the function that is register user is going to be equals to a async function. This in turn is going to have in the data that is going to be of register data. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await API, import that dot is going to be post method. Okay, it's going to be /auth and then / your register. This in turn is going to have in the data, and here I'm going to say return response dot data. That's it. The function is defined. Let's try to define the mutation. That's important. Let's say below the navigation itself, I'm going to say const mutation is going to be equals to use mutation, import that from TanStack query. This in turn is going to have a mutation function that is going to be register user, that is defined right above. On success, what needs to happen? Taking the data over here, and let's try to have in the access token. So const access token is going to be equals to your data dot directly access the access token, or data dot token or data dot auth dot your access token. Okay, next I'm going to say const refresh token is going to be equals to your data dot refresh token or data dot your token, or we can skip it, or we can directly say null, because the first one is going to work for sure, that is data dot refresh token. Next I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to your data dot user or data dot your user details. Okay, this part is done. So below the user, I'm going to say if your access token is present and user, here I'm going to say set auth. So I think we need to import this set auth from the use auth store, or get it from that point. I'm going to say over here const set auth is going to be equals to use auth store, import that, and I'm going to say s dot, as you can see we have the set auth, use that over here. Okay, so once we have that, then set the auth to be of your access token, comma your refresh token and your user. Else over here I'm going to say alert dot alert. Okay, I think we can skip this, not required. I think just if is fine, because if everything is worked out correctly, we need to set the auth and we can directly try to navigate. Okay, let's define the on error method. So on error, this in turn is going to take in error of any. Here I'm going to say const message is going to be equals to your error dot your response dot data dot message or error dot response dot data dot error, or a message which says registration is gonna fail, or registration failed basically. This part is done, and here I'm going to say alert dot alert of your error with that specific message. Okay, this part is done, And over here, after the mutation, let's try to define the handle register function. I'm going to say const handle register is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to say if not of email dot trim or not of username dot trim or not of password. Then over here in this case I'm going to say return alert dot alert. Now I'm going to say validation error, please fill all the fields. This part is done, and here I'm going to say mutation.mutate, pass in the email, that is going to be equals to email.trim, comma your username, it's going to be equals to again username.trim. Next we're going to have the password. Okay, that's it. So we can directly give the handle register to your let's come back to the previous screen first, next screen, to the create account. Okay, so to the create account I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to handle register. Let's come back to that point. This is the one, on press is going to be equals to handle register. Okay, cool, this part is done, and I'm going to say active opacity is going to be equals to 0.8. Let's give a format once, and let's try to save the file. Okay, use auth store is undefined. Why is that happening? Let's look into that. Cannot read property use auth store of undefined. Okay, I think some issue over here. Let's fix that up first. Okay, so some issue with respect to the async storage. Okay, I think I need to restart the app, then only it's going to work. So clear that off and then quit the terminal. I'm going to say yarn iOS, and now hopefully we should not get that error. So yeah, let's wait for about 2 minutes to rebuild the application. Alright, so no issues. Let's come back to create account. And yeah, we have given the handle register. Let's try to give this a try. Yeah, I think I forgot one more thing. That is, we need to make the dynamic value within your navigator. That is within your navigation.tsx. Let's make that change because currently it is hard coded. Here I'm going to say is authenticated is going to be equals to your use auth store, having that value and taken the state. Here I'm going to say state dot is authenticated. Save the file, and there you go. Now it's the dynamic value, so it is false by default. That's the reason we're able to see the login screen. Come back over here, register. I'm going to say email sujan@gmail.com, your username and password. Let's try to create an account. Registration failed. All right, let's look into that. Okay, I think I know why it's failing, because in the app.ts we haven't used the routes. I guess that's the issue. Let's make that change because we've only defined the routes, but we need to use that in the app.ts for the routes. So come back to the backend folder, and let's say right below your this one, I'm going to say app.use. It's going to be /API and all of your routes. So we need to define this routes. So your routes are going to come from the routes folder itself directly. So I'm going to say import routes from routes. Okay, save the file. That's good, no issues. Now let's give this one more try. If all we have done everything correctly, we need to log into the main tabs. So create account. Okay, that's weird because over here we do have the API. And let's check out your auth routes. And this is v1. So it's going to be equals to API v1. Let's check that out. API v1, this is correct. Let's check out the port. It is 3000. Let's verify that once again. Yeah, port is 3000. And within the app.tsx over here, on this one, app.ts, my bad. Yeah, so we have given 3000 itself. Let's access the dynamic value just for confirmation. Save. Yep, that is working fine, but let's check out the DevTools if at all there is any issues. Let's actually try to log the message once. Let's see what exactly is happening. So console.log data message. Open the DevTools once again. Okay, it just says registration field. I mean, it's actually going into the else condition and just, showing this message. Or we'll just say what is the error. Also finally found the issue. So it's with respect to your use auth store. So previously I had written like this. So that's the reason it was not working. Okay, so we just need to have in the correct variable name, that's use auth store. Import that from the correct store. That is from the auth store basically. And now it should work. Let's try to give this a try. Again, create account. I'm going to have in my email being passed over here. And my username. And my password. Create account. And boom, just like that, we are logged in as well as we are registered in the backend. We can verify that. Let's say I'm going to reload this once. Okay, so after all we have done everything correctly, we should be able to see our first user being stored over here. And once that's done, we can also write the login code. And there you go. Just like that, email, username, password. And we do have all of these details, which is good. Let's come back over here. Let's similarly write the code for the login screen. We can verify this later. So let's say right below the navigation, or before your navigation, onto the top, let's define the login data. So I'm going to say interface login data. Here I'm going to have my email that is going to be of type string, then password of string. Next I'm going to say interface of login response. This in turn is going to have your access token that is going to be of type string. Refresh token is going to be of type string. User is going to be of any. Okay, this part is done. Let's try to write down the function over here. That's the login user. I'm going to say const login user is going to be equals to async function, and here it's going to have the data that's going to be of type login data. Here I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say API dot post method, and this in turn is going to have /auth and then /login. Let's pass in the data over here. Here I'm going to say return your response.data. So now let's try to write down the mutation as we have similarly written it for your register screen. So here I'm going to say const mutation is going to be equals to use mutation. Okay, I'm going to have in your mutation function that is going to be a login user that's defined onto the top. Okay, here on success, what needs to happen? Let's try to have in that. This in turn is going to get in the data. Here I'm going to say set auth. Yeah, again, I think we need to get this method from the use auth store. Let's say over here itself. So const set auth is going to be equals to your use auth store. Import that, have in the state, and here is going to be equals to your state.setAuth. That's it. Here let's try to set the auth. I'm going to say set auth to be of your data.access token, comma your data.refresh token, and your data.user. That's it. And on error, what needs to happen? Let's write that down. This in turn is going to have error of any type. I'm going to say alert dot your alert login failed with this particular error dot response dot data dot error. Okay, that's pretty much it. And over here I'm going to say const handle login is going to be equals to if not of email dot trim or not of password dot trim, or just or not of password. Here I'm going to say return alert dot alert validation error, And here I'm going to say please enter email and password. That's it. Here I'm going to say const normalized email is going to be equals to your email dot trim dot to lowercase, and here I'm going to say mutation dot mutate email is going to be equals to normalized email and the password. Okay, that's pretty much it. Let's try to give this handle login to your pressable or your touchable opacity. Let's say over here where we have the sign in. So I'm just going to copy down the design for this. I'm also going to have in the condition stating that if at all mutation dot is pending. Let's try to show a activity indicator. You can try to do the same thing for the register as well, because as of now there is no activity indicator. Directly we are trying to register. Save the file, import activity indicator from React Native as such, and yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is we can start looking into the design of the upload tab. So here the user can select photos, as well as they can enter the steps and the cuisine and the items for that particular menu item or the recipe item, and they can post it. So once they post, all of their posts are going to be shown to the public over here, just like this. Okay, so that's what we're going to implement next. So for that, first of all, we need to set up the backend part, that is your recipe service. We need to start initializing all of this. So let's do that. So once we have initialized the backend part, we can start looking into the design of the upload recipe screen. Okay, come back to services. I'm going to say new service, that is going to be equals to recipe service.ts, just like this. Okay, here first of all let's try to initialize Prisma. I'm going to say const Prisma is going to be equals to your new Prisma client, that is from this one. Okay, my bad, not this one, from the Prisma client itself. Yeah, that's the correct one. And once that's done, I'm going to say your upload directory, currently it's going to be local to the project. I'm going to say upload dir is going to be equals to your path.join. I'm going to say underscore dir name. I'm going to say uploads. Okay, here I'm going to say if not of fs. To import this as well, I'm going to say import fs from fs. I think this is built in, no need to install. So if not of fs dot exists sync of your upload dir, then here I'm going to say fs dot mk dir sync of your upload dir, and here I'm going to say recursive is going to be equals to true. This part is done. Here I'm going to say export const create recipe is going to be equals to a async function. Here this in turn is going to have in your user ID of type string, then the title for the recipe of type string as well, description string or undefined basically. Next you're going to have your ingredients for the recipe. It's going to be a type of any of an array. Steps for the recipe. Next I'm going to say cuisine type is going to be string or undefined. Next the photos for that particular recipe. So there's going to be a comma basically. So photos is again going to be array of strings over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say const recipe is going to be equals to, I'm going to say await. We have the prisma.create method, prisma.recipe dot create. So this in turn is going to take in the data to be created. So data, which in turn is going to take in all of the details. I'm going to say title, then your description, your ingredients, your steps, then your cuisine type, photos. Okay, apart from that your author ID, that's going to be equals to user ID. And once that's done, we're just going to return the recipe. I'm going to say return recipe. That's it. So now let's also try to write down the function for getting the feed that is going to be shown over here within the feed section. So here we're going to implement pagination such that only a limited amount of feed or a limited amount of recipes are going to be shown to the user. For example, let's say we have around 1000 or 2000 posts that are posted. We're only going to show, let's say, 10 or 15, and as and when the user scrolls up, we're going to implement the pagination, and then we're going to load more recipes as they scroll down. Let's implement this way. So I'm going to say export const get feed is going to be equals to, I'm going to say async over here. This in turn is going to have a limit basically. So I'm going to say limit of type number and the cursor value, that is going to be of type string. Here I'm going to say const recipes equals to await. I'm going to say prisma.recipe.find many. Then take is going to be equals to your limit plus 1. And your cursor, I'm going to first of all check if all the cursor value is present. Then your ID is going to be equals to cursor. Else it's going to be equals to undefined. Then we need to order by. That is, we do have created at, and it's going to be descending order. And I'm going to include all of these details. Next, I'm going to include all of these details as well. That is your author. I'm going to say select. We need access to the username. That's the person who has posted it. I'm going to say username true. Profile pic also true. Next, the likes of the post. So select. ID is going to be true. Next, we're going to have the comments. Select ID true. Next, we're going to have your ratings. That is going to be true as well. And once that's done, so here I'm going to say let your next cursor, that is going to be of string or null, equals to null initially. I'm going to first of all check if at all my recipes dot length is greater than the limit. If that's the case, over here, then I'm going to say const next recipe or the new recipe is going to be equals to your recipes dot pop. Means we are going to remove the extra ones. Okay. And I'm going to say next cursor equals to your next recipe dot id or null. Right. That's it. So now the next step is we need to compute the counts and the average rating. So for that, I'm going to initialize enhanced recipes. So I'm going to say const enhanced recipes is going to be equals to your recipes dot apply the map function. So for every recipe that's present, here I'm going to say const like count is going to be equals to your recipe dot your likes dot length. Next, I'm going to say const your comment count is going to be equals to recipe dot your comments dot length. Apart from that, I'm going to have in your average rating or the rating average. Let's add it over here. You can take a look at it. So this is how we calculate the rating average for that particular post. Okay. Next, we're going to return the details. I'm going to say return over here. We need the entire recipe details. So, spread that value, your like count. Next, we have your comment count. Furthermore, your likes or your rating average. Here I'm going to say math dot round of your rating average multiplied by 10 and divided by 10. Likes initially is going to be undefined. Here a comma. Similarly, your comments initially is going to be undefined. Same thing goes with respect to the ratings as well. Okay, that's it. So yeah, this is done. And here onto the bottommost part, I'm going to say return recipes is going to be equals to enhanced recipes and your next cursor. That's it. So now the next step is we need to get the recipe by ID. That is, once you press on any recipe, we go into the recipe details screen. Okay. So for that, we need to define one more method that's going to be get recipe by ID. So here, let's do that. I'm going to export const get recipe by ID, that is going to be equals to async method with the ID that is going to be of type string, user ID also of string. Here I'm going to say const recipe is going to be equals to await prisma dot your recipe dot find unique. Okay, and over here we're going to say where this should match your ID, and this should also include all of these details that I'm going to enter, that is your author. So I'm just going to add in the same thing that we have added above. So author is going to be select, username true, profile picture also true. Let's add that over here. Apart from that, likes, I'm going to say true, we need that detail as well. Comments, I'm going to say include, user, again select, here username true, that is the person who has commented it, as well as the profile picture of the person. So profile pic true. And we also need to order by the comment so that the latest comment comes onto the top part. Order by created at is going to be descending over here. So that's it. And apart from that, ratings also true. Here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all no recipe is found with that specific ID, we can directly say throw new error with a detail being recipe not found. Okay, here let's try to have in your likes count as well as comment count as well as the rating average. So it's going to be similar as we have written over here. So I'm just going to add in the same thing over here, that is below your if condition. You can take a look at it. Okay, so we have your like count, your comment count, your average rating, and we also have two more new fields, that is going to be if at all it's liked or not, and if at all the user rating has been given or not. Okay, you can take a look at it. So these three have been already copied from the topmost part, that is the above endpoint or the above function, whereas these two are new, that is liked. We're going to first of all check if all the user ID is present. If it's present, go into the recipe and access the likes, and for each like check if at all the like.user ID is going to be equals to the user ID. If that's true, then the post has been liked by that specific user ID. Same thing goes to the user rating as well. Okay, so here once that's done, we're going to return the data. So I'm going to say return your recipe details, your like count, your comment count, and your rating average. Again, I'm going to copy that down from the previous one. This is the one that's going to come over here. Okay, so once your rating average is done, I'm going to say is liked, then I'm going to say user rating, likes is going to be undefined, your ratings is going to be undefined as well. Okay, so now next let's try to write the functionality for liking a post, adding a comment, as well as setting the rating part. So here I'm going to say export const toggle like is going to be equals to async. So this in turn is going to take in the recipe ID of type string as well as a user ID of type string as well. Here I'm going to say const existing like is going to be equals to await prisma dot your like dot your find unique. Again having the where, so they should match your ID. They should match your user ID underscore recipe ID. I'm going to say user ID underscore recipe ID. Here I'm going to say user ID comma recipe ID. Okay, that's it. So here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all the existing like is present, and if at all the user likes it again, we need to dislike it. So I'm going to say await prisma dot like dot delete. Here I'm going to say where your ID should be matching your existing like dot ID. Okay, once that's done, I'm going to say return your liked, that's going to be false. Else if at all it's not liked, if at all the user is liking it for the first time, we need to increase the like over here. Okay, I'm going to say await prisma dot like dot create. So we need to pass in the data to create. So I'm going to say data over here, that's going to be equals to user ID as well as your recipe ID. This part is done, and I'm going to say return liked is going to be true in this case. Okay, this part is done. So next let's try to write the functionality for adding a comment. I'm going to say export const add comment is going to be equals to async recipe id, that is going to be string, user id, that is also going to be string, text is also going to be of type string. Okay, here I'm going to say const comment is going to be equals to await prisma dot comment dot your create. Here I'm going to have in the data that is going to be of text, that is the comment itself, and the user id as well as your recipe id. And we also do need to include your user. Yeah, make sure the select operator, and here we need access to the username, that's the person who has commented it, is going to be true, as well as the profile pic is going to be true. That's it. So pretty much, actually we're not implementing the set rating for now because we're only going to focus on the toggle like as well as the add comment. I'm going to get the code for that. You can take a look at it. If you're interested, you can try to implement it on your own. So let's try to add it over here. So this is the functionality for setting the rating. So we can set, or so we can actually rate a post that is up to 5 stars. So depending on that, we can implement this over here. So let's try to save the file. So that's pretty much it about your recipe service. Let's start defining the recipe controller.ts over here. So come back to the controllers, new controller, I'm going to say recipe controller.ts. Okay, here first of all let's try to import few things. I'm going to say import your request from express as well as response from express. So we do need access to the path. I'm going to say import path from path, then import multer from multer, that is for the image part. That's it. First of all, let's try to define the create function, that is for creating a post. I'm going to say export const create is going to be equals to async function. Here request is going to be equals to request and result is going to be equals to response. Here I'm going to say try catch of error. Okay, so initially I'm going to say logger, import logger from that utils folder. I'm going to say logger dot error. Here I'm going to say create recipe error with that specific error over here. Okay, I'm going to say return result dot status of 500 dot json with the error being failed to create recipe. Alright, so once that's done, let's come back to the try block. So logger.info, I'm going to say create recipe body. You can say request.body, so that would give you whatever the body data is. Alright, again logger.info. So this in turn is going to say create recipe files. I'm going to say request.files or empty array dot length. Okay, that's pretty much it. So apart from that, over here I'm going to say const title comma description equals to empty string, and your ingredients initially equals to empty array, and your steps is going to be equals to again empty array, and your cosine type equals to empty string. Okay, it's going to come from your request.body. Okay, once that's done, first of all we need to check if all the root is protected, and we need to ensure the user exists. Okay, I'm going to say const user id equals to request as any dot your user id, dot user dot user id. Here first of all check the condition stating that if at all not of user id, then over here in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of 401 dot JSON with the error being unauthorized. Okay, so yep, that part is done. So here I'm going to say let photos is going to be an array of string, and here I'm going to check if at all my request dot files and array dot is array of your request dot files, and if at all my request dot files dot length is greater than 0. So let's say and request dot files dot length is greater than 0. Here I'm going to say photos is going to be equals to request dot files as your express dot multer dot file. Yep, I do understand the syntax is kind of complex, but yeah, let's get over this. Dot map of every file over here. Okay, so here what is going to happen is we need to return the URL path or the full URL depending on how you serve your uploads. Okay, so here I'm going to say return. I'm going to make use of backticks. It's going to be / uploads folder $$ I'm going to say file dot your file name. Okay, that's it. So once that's done, we can try to move on to the next step, that is to parse ingredients as well as parse the steps. I'm just going to add it over here right below the condition. You can take a look at it, and we can try to import the create recipe over here. That is from the service file, just like this. So this part is done. We can try to save the file. Once that's done, we need to send the result. So we can do that over here. I'm going to say return result.status of 201 dot JSON of your recipe. Okay, this part is done. So now let's try to have in the storage part. So here I'm going to say const storage is going to be equals to your multer dot your disk storage. So as I said, the folder is going to be local to the system, that is to the project itself. That is going to be the upload folder. So having the request file and the callback. Here I'm going to say callback of your null comma path dot join underscore door name, and this is going to be the path. Okay, uploads. I think we need to go one more level down. Okay, so that's it. Let's try to write in the file name. It's going to take in that as well. This in turn is going to take in request, your file, as well as the callback. Here I'm going to say callback of null comma your date.nav so this is going to be your file name plus your file.original name. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. Here I'm going to say export const upload is going to be equals to multer of your storage. Use that storage that we just defined over here, and I'm going to say dot array of your photos. Okay, I'm going to say 5. That is, photo should match the form data field and maximum 5 files. Okay, so next let's try to implement the functionality for the get feed controller so that we can show all of this over here, all of the posts by the users. So I'm going to say export const get feed controller is going to be equals to a async function. This in turn is going to have in your request to request, and the response is going to be equals to response. Let's try to have in try catch block. So try catch of error logger dot error of your error, and I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON of error being failed to fetch feed. Try block. Let's try to access the limit. I'm going to say const limit is going to be equals to %. Let's keep the limit as 10 basically. Okay, % of request dot your query dot limit as string, or it's going to be hard coded value, that's going to be 10. Const cursor is going to be equals to request.query dot your cursor, again as string, or it's going to be undefined. Next, let's try to get in the recipes details as well as your next cursor value from that function that we defined in the service file. That's going to be equals to get feed. I'm going to say await get feed, import that. This in turn is going to take in the limit and the cursor value over here. Okay, then finally I'm going to say result.json of all of your recipes and the next cursor. So this part is done and catch is already defined. So yeah, we have completed the get feed controller. Okay, so now let's write the controller for get by id, that is get recipe post by id. Export const get by id is going to be equals to async function. This in turn is going to have the request of type request and the result or response of type response. Here again try catch block. So try catch of error. I'm going to say logger.error of error and then result.status of 401 with a status being recipe is not found. Okay, so I'm going to say 401 recipe not found. All good. So within the try block, we need access to the ID to get the recipe. I'm going to say const ID is going to be equals to your request dot your params, and const user ID is going to be equals to the request as any dot user dot your user ID. So this is basically going to come from the auth. Okay, I'm going to say const recipe equals to await. We do have the get recipe by ID function from the services file. Import that, and this in turn is going to take in the ID as well as the user ID. Then directly try to send it in the front end part. So result.json of your recipe. Okay, that's it. So similarly, I'm going to add it for the like recipe. Let's add that over here below this one. So let's say over here. So here we're going to say again try block and the catch block. So catch block logger.error of error as well as send a result.status of 500 with error being failed to toggle like. Okay, and within the try block, try to have in your ID that's going to be required for liking a post, and yeah, get the ID again, that is a user ID, and const result is going to be equals to await toggle like. Import that from your services file, and this in turn is going to take in two things, ID as well as the user ID that we have defined over here. Okay, that's it. So similarly, let's write down for the final one, that's going to be your comment recipe. I'm going to say export const comment recipe is going to be equals to async method with your request of type request as well as result of type response. Here again try catch block. Similarly, let's try to add it. So catch of error, I'm just going to copy this down from the previous one and then add it over here. So it's going to be equals to your logger dot error of error as well as result of status of 500.json with the error being failed to add a comment. Okay, so now within your try block over here, I'm going to say const ID is going to be equals to your request dot params, and const text is going to be equals to your request dot body, and const user ID is going to be equals to your request as any dot user ID. Okay, next I'm going to say const comment is going to be equals to await. We do have the add comment. Let's try to import that from the services file of your ID comma your user ID comma your text. So furthermore, just let's try to send it to the front end part. So result.status of 201.json with that specific comment over here. Okay, so if this part is done, so yeah, anyhow we are skipping the rate recipe. We can not add that, but I do have the code. If you want to check that out, I'll be pasting it over here. You can take a look at it. So you can try to implement this on your own. That is for the rate recipe. So set rating, import that from the services file. Again, it's similar. We do have your ID value and call the set rating function from the services file and then take in the ID, user ID as well as the % of the value. Okay, save the file. So yeah, we are done with all of the functions and the detailing for your recipe part. So we can head back to the front end part and then we can start designing the upload screen. So once that's done, we can directly try to implement this and then we can try to post a recipe. And once that's posted, we can design the home feed of it. So let's head over to our upload recipe screen and then let's get started with the design. You can take a look at the screenshot. So you can check out the PDF that is linked in the description. You can check out all of the designs for the entire application. So here on to the top, first of all, I'm going to have in some states that we're going to use for this screen. So I'm going to say const title comma set title is going to be equals to use state. So initially it's going to be an empty string. Copy this down a couple of times. Next we're going to have is for your description. I'm going to say description comma set description is again going to be equals to use state. And the third one, we are going to have it for the QSign type. So const QSign type comma set QSign type equals to use state. So yeah, apart from QSign type, the next one is going to be for the ingredients. So I'm going to say ingredients comma set ingredients is going to be equals to use state. So before that, let's try to define the interfaces over here. So I'm going to say interface ingredient is going to be equals to name of string. Okay, there is no equals to, and then quantity of string as well. So for the more interface for your step, that is for all of the steps required for your recipe, I'm going to say step is going to be of number, and your description is going to be of string. Okay, so here I'm going to say use state of type ingredient, add in that. Okay, this is initially going to have a name that is going to be empty, as well as the quantity that is also going to be empty over here. Okay, next I'm going to say const steps comma set steps is going to be equals to use state of step here. I'm going to say initially step is going to be 1 and description is going to be empty. Okay, next you're going to have photos as well as navigation. So const photos comma set photos is going to be equals to use state. It's going to be of any type, so any, just like this, and initially it's going to be an empty array because we can have n number of photos. Next I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React Navigation, and then we can directly get into the return block design. So instead of the view, I'm going to say safe area view, import that from your context. All right, save the file, come back to uploads. As you can see, that's being shown onto the screen. And for the safe area view, give the class name, give it a flex of 1 and a bg gray of 50. Okay, and within this we're going to have your scroll view. So scroll view, import that from React Native. Here I'm going to say content container style, that is going to have in a padding. So I'm going to say padding of 16. Save. Within the scroll view, the first thing is going to be for the header design. So let's try to add in that. Having a view, within that we're going to have one more piece of view, and within this we're going to have two pieces of text, which is going to say create recipe, and below that we're going to have one more text which says share your delicious creation. Copy that down, and over here I'm going to say share your delicious creation. Okay, so for the inner view, for the outer view, over here let's pass on the class name. This in turn is going to have MB of 4, a flex of row, items center, justify of between. Here furthermore I'm going to say, okay, this is not going to contain anything. So for the first text, let's pass on the design text of 2XL, font is going to be bold, and text gray of 900. Save. As you can see, that's looking neat. And here class name, it's going to have a text of SM and a text gray of 500. Save. There you go, that's looking good. So below this view, we're going to have a touchable opacity. So this in turn is going to have your close icon. So here I'm going to say iron icons, import that. So your name is going to be close, size is going to be equals to 20, touchable opacity I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and here I'm going to say navigation dot go back. Let's pass on the class name, some internal spacing padding of 2, rounded of full, and I'm going to say BG white, and it's going to have a slight shadow. Okay, save the file, and there you go, that's looking neat. So below that we're going to have the card that is going to contain the basic info like title as well as the short description. So let's say below this piece of view, I'm going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which is going to say title. Save. Okay, this in turn is going to have a class name which is going to say text of SM, text gray of let's say 600, MB of 2. Okay, that's looking good. And over here let's try to have in your text input, import that from React Native as such. And over here let's pass on the value that is going to be equals to your title. Then on change text is going to be set title, placeholder I'm going to say grandma's lasagna. Alright, then your class name basically, it's going to have a border and border gray of 200. Okay, I'm going to say rounded of LG, PX of 3, PY of 2, MB of 3, as well as a BG of white. Alright, there you go, that's looking good. So this part is done. So yep, apart from that, we're going to have the next piece of text which is going to say short description. Try to copy that down one more time. Here I'm going to say short description. So here let's make the change for the value. So instead of title it's going to say description, and here instead of on change it's going to say set description. Okay, apart from that, placeholder we're going to say what makes this recipe special instead of this one. So I'm going to say what makes this recipe special. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So the style is going to remain as is. The next one is going to be for the cuisine. Again, copy this down, it's going to have the similar design itself. So over here instead of short description I'm going to say cuisine over here. Save. Okay, so over here value is going to be equals to cuisine type, and on change text is going to be equals to set cuisine type. Okay, and placeholder is going to be Italian, Indian, Mexican, and then dot 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 dot. So I'm going to say Italian, Indian, or Mexican. Save, and there you go, that's looking good. So next we're going to have it for the ingredient. So let's try to add in that. That's the design for this. Let's have in a view. Within that we're going to have in one more view, and over here we're going to have basically a text which is going to say ingredients. Alright, and below that we're going to have a touchable opacity which is going to have a button to add. So touchable opacity, I'm going to have in my iron icons, the name is going to be equals to your add circle, size is going to be equals to 20, color is going to be equals to hashtag 10 and then B981. Okay, below this we're going to have a text which is going to say add over here, and save. So let's start designing this right from the topmost part. So over here I'm going to say class name, this in turn is going to have a BG white, Download is going to be 2xl. Some internal spacing padding of 4. Shadow MB of 4. Save or reload the app. And there you go. That's looking good. So for the inner view, it needs to have a flex of row design. So class name, let's give it a flex of row. Item center, justify of between, MB of 3. Okay, so for the ingredients, I'm going to say class name, text LG, font of semi-bold, and for the touchable opacity, it's going to have on press. We're going to do that in just a bit after we design this. Let's give the design for now. So flex of row and then items of center. Save. Okay, that's looking good. We can give it a gap, or we can give ml of 2 for the text over here. So class name for this, here I'm going to say ml of 2, and we're going to have in text screen of 600. Alright, that's looking good. So here below that, if at all any ingredients are added, we're going to map over it and then we're going to show the ingredients. So I'm just going to write the design for that. Okay, so here I'm going to say ingredients. Got to apply the map functionality for each ingredient as well as your index over here. Let's try to have in a view, and within this view we're going to have in a text input. Here I'm going to have the value that's going to be equals to your ingredient dot name. So ing dot name, and over here I'm going to say on change text taken the value. Here I'm going to say update ingredient of your idx comma your name and the value. Let's try to write this function over here. I'm going to say const update ingredient. It's going to be a normal function for now, and later we're just going to define this. Okay, so yeah, this part is done, and we're going to have the placeholder over here. Let's say tomato. Save. And yeah, apart from that, let's try to come into the next line and then write the code. And for some reason, even now, the formatting is not working. I need to fix that up. So yeah, apart from placeholder, we're going to have the class name. So essentially the same design that we have given previously to the other text inputs. So just add it over here. There you go. That's looking good. Alright, so yeah, this part is done. So the next one is going to be for your quantity, that is how much exactly it is present. I'm going to add the design for both of them. You can take a look at it, and we also need to have in the remove ingredient button, that's going to be your trash icon. So the user can add the ingredient, as well as once they add it, it is going to be shown over here, and they also have the right to delete that particular ingredient. So that's the button for this one, trash button. Okay, so let's try to just write on the function for now. That is const remove ingredient. It's going to be equal to normal function, and then save. As you can see, tomato and then 1 cup. This is the first input field we're going to give them to add the ingredients part. This part is done. Now the next step is for the steps. Okay, so let's try to add that. So this is going to come right below this one. Here I'm going to have in a view. This in turn is going to have in one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which is going to say steps over here. Below the steps, we're going to have your touchable opacity. Here we're going to have your iron icons. The name is going to be equals to your add circle. Okay, and I think similar design we're going to give it to this as well. Add in the class name, and the same design for the outermost view as well. I think we could have just copied this and then we could have made the change, but it's fine. So copy this down over here. Okay, as you can see, that's for the step. Circle spelling is wrong. So your size is going to be equals to 20. Okay, and let's pass on the color for this. I'm going to say color. So hashtag, it's going to be equals to 3b h2 f6. Save. So there you go. That's looking good. Here below this, I'm going to have a text, and I'm going to say add. So for the touchable opacity, first of all, I'm going to say class name. We're going to say flex of row. Okay, and then items of center. That's looking good. And for the add text, I'm going to pass on the class name, just ml of 2, just to space it out a little bit. Okay, and for the inner view, class name, flex of row, items of center, justify of between, mb of 3. Okay, that's looking good. So now the next step is we're going to map over the steps and then show the details, that is step number as well as the step dot description, that is what exactly needs to be done for that specific step. So that's going to happen right below this view. I'm going to say map over the steps after all it's present. So for each step and the index over here, let's try to render a view. And over here, I'm going to have in one more piece of view. So this view in turn is going to have a text which is going to show the step number. So I'm going to say step of step dot step. So stp dot step. So this is going to give the step number. So below that, we're going to have the touchable opacity to delete it. So I'm going to say touchable opacity, having your iron icons basically. Name is going to be trash. Size is going to be equals to 18. Your color is going to be equals to hashtag EF and then 444 or 4 times 4. Save the file. As you can see, step 1 is being shown. That's looking good. So for the outermost one, I'm going to say key IDX, class name MB of 3, and for the inner view, this is going to have a flex of row design. So class name over here, flex of row, items of start, and then justify of between. Save. Okay. Yep, that's looking good. And for the text which says step, class name, I'm going to say text of SM, font of medium, and for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say on press, and over here I'm going to say remove step. I think we can do this once we have initialized the design, otherwise again we need to define the function. So class name over here, it's going to have a padding of 1. Okay, so below this we're going to have the text input for the description regarding that specific step. Okay, so let's say value over here, this is going to be equals to your stp dot your description, on change text, taken a value, and over here I'm going to say update step of your index, for that is for that specific step as well as the value. Next placeholder, I'm going to make use of backticks, and I'm going to say describe step and that specific step. So stp dot step. Let's say const update step over here. So const update step is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Okay, so this part is done. That is a placeholder. Next is going to be, it's going to be multi-line because we can have a lot of words, and number of lines is going to be equals to 2. Let's pass on the class name. It's going to have a border, and then border gray of let's say 200. Rounded is going to be LG, PX of 3, PY of 2, MT of 2, and a BG of white. Save the file. There you go. That's looking good. So yeah, this part is done. So now the final step is for the photos as well as the action row. So right below this view, I'm going to have the design for the photos. Having the view, this in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which says photos over here. Save the file. Let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have, a text of LG, font of semi-bold, and below this we're going to have a touchable opacity which is going to have the image icon. So just added it over here. You can try to take this design down. I'm just going to remove the on press for now. We're going to design that later. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. So let's provide a tab. Okay, so below this particular view, or first of all, let's provide the view for the, let's provide the design for the view. Topmost view, class name, BG of white, rounded of 2XL, padding of 4, shadow MB of 6. And for this, I'm going to say class name flex of row, items of center, justify of between, MB of 3. Okay, as you can see, that's looking nice. And for the text, we already have the design, and even for this, we have given the design. And below this view, I'm going to have a view. Over here, I'm going to first of all check if at all my photos.length is equals to 0. And I'm going to have a view. Within that, we're going to have a text with a message. Here, it's going to be no photos selected if at all the length is equals to 0. Okay, here I'm going to say class name for this. I'm going to say width of full. Okay, py of 8. I'm going to say border, and then border is going to be dashed, and border gray of 200. Rounded is going to be LG, and then items of center. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking pretty nice. So here for the text, let's pass on the design. This in turn is going to have a text gray of 400. Save. Okay, and if at all we do have the photos, and then show the design for the photos. I'm going to say photos dot map for every photo over here with the IDX. I'm going to have my image tag being shown, import image from React Native. This in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. That is going to be equals to photo.uri. Alright, this part is done. Let's pass on the class name to this. This in turn is going to have a width of 24, height of 24, rounded of LG, MR of 3, MB of 3. Okay, that's looking good. That's it. So now next I'm going to have in the action row being shown, that is for the cancel as well as the upload button. So let me just add the design for that right below the view. That's going to come over here. You can take a look at it. So for now, I'm just going to remove the on press as well as the mutation dot is pending. I'm just going to say upload recipe for now. Save the file. And there you go. Just like that, cancel upload. I think there is some issue with the design. We can take a look at it later. So now let's actually start designing all of these functions that we have defined, that is upgrade ingredient, your remove ingredient, as well as update all of the steps. So the first one is going to be for the update ingredient. This is going to take in your IDX. That is essentially a number. Then it's going to have your key. That is going to be key of ingredient. And the value itself, that is going to be of type string. Okay, so here the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to set the data, that is set ingredients, to be of whatever is there in the previous. Taken that, initially it's going to be empty itself. I'm going to say const next is going to be equals to spread the previous value. Okay, next I'm going to say next of IDX is going to be equals to your next data of IDX, comma your key is going to be equals to value, and we're going to return the next over here. So you can take a look at it just like this. So this part is done. Now next we need to implement the remove ingredient. We just need to use the filter method. It's that simple. So this in turn is going to take in the IDX. So based on the ID, we're going to filter that out from the ingredients data. So here I'm going to say directly set ingredients, or we can remove this, not required. So I'm going to say set ingredients to be of whatever is there in the previous, and here I'm going to say previous dot filter. I'm going to say underscore comma your index. Here your I should not be equals to your IDX. Okay, that's it about the remove ingredient. Next is going to be for the add step, your update step. So this in turn is going to take in again your IDX of type number and value of type string. Here after taking the IDX and value, here again similarly, just like we set the ingredients, here we're going to do the same thing for the set steps. That is taking the previous value, calculate the next, and then your next of idx dot description is going to be equals to your value, and then we're gonna return the next. We can take a look at it just like this. Let's similarly write for two more things, that is add step. So I'm going to say const add step is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. I'm going to say set the steps to be of whatever is there in the previous, include the previous, spread it over just like this, and over here I'm going to say step is going to be equals to your previous dot length plus 1, and let's try to add the description as well. That's going to be initially empty. Next is for the remove step. If all any step is already added and we need to remove it, I'm going to say const remove step is going to be equals to, it's going to have in the idx. So based on that specific ID, we're going to remove it. Again, calculate the set steps, have in the previous value. Again, we're going to make use of the filter method over here. I'm going to say previous dot filter for every value as well as your index. The condition is going to remain same. I should not be equals to your idx over here. So let's scroll down over here and then give the on press for the add step over here. That is where we have this add button. I think this is the one. Let's say on press. I'm going to say add step. Okay, we also need to give the remove step for this, that is touchable opacity. On press, take in a function, it's going to take in the index also. So remove step of that specific index. Save. Let's say add, and boom, just like that. Step 1, step 2, you can delete this as well. Okay, same thing goes over here as well. Okay, that's not adding. I think there is no on press given to that. Yeah, there is no on press given. We need to give that. This is going to be for the add ingredient. I think we do have that method. Okay, so add ingredient is not there. We need to add that out. Let's do that. So for the on press over here, for the touchable opacity on press, I'm going to say add ingredients, or just add ingredient. Let's go on to the top. Let's add it similarly. We have done it for the steps. I'm going to say const add ingredient is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Again, set the ingredients over here, take in the previous value, whatever is there, spread it, and add the new values. Name is going to be empty initially. Quantity also is going to be empty because it is a new step. Let's say add ingredient over here, and just like that, we're able to see both of them being added. So let's delete it. Okay, so now next, let's try to define the function for selecting the photo. So for that, we're going to use a library that is going to be your React Native image picker. Let's try to add that to the main project. I'm going to say yarn add React Native image picker. Let's install this. It got installed. I'm just going to do a pod install over here. So pod install, enter. So there goes installing that dependency, which is good. Let's wait for this to complete. It's done. Let's try to write down the function that is launch image library, or let's say select photos, whatever you want to name it. So const select photos is going to be equals to a normal arrow function, and here I'm going to say launch image library. I'm just going to go on to the top and then import this package. Okay, so here I'm going to say launch image library, and this in turn is going to have in your media type, I'm going to say just photo, because we can only upload photo. Selected limit 5, that is we can maximum upload 5 photos over here for a recipe, and this in turn is going to have your response. Okay, here I'm going to say if your response dot did cancel, then directly try to return. If all they've chosen, I'm going to say one more condition, that is if at all response dot your error code, I'm going to show that specific alert message to the user. I'm going to say alert dot alert image error, and here it's going to be equals to your response dot your error message, or could not select message. I mean not message, image, could not select image. Okay, and then we're going to return from the function, and for all they have chosen 2 images or 3 images, we need to show that over here, I'm going to say if my response dot assets, which means images are chosen, then first of all set the photos to be of response dot assets dot map for every asset over here. I'm going to say asset, set the URI, that is going to be equals to asset dot URI, and your type is going to be equals to asset dot type. So wrong spelling for this, asset. And finally your name, that is going to be equals to asset dot your file name. Okay, you can take a look at it. Let's try to save the file. So this part is done. So we can try to give the on press for your image, that is where it says select. So scroll down where we have the touchable opacity, that is to this one. I'm going to say on press, it is going to say select photos. Okay, let's try to press on this. Okay, nothing seems to happen. I think probably we need to reload or restart the app. So cut off the terminal once and then let's try to rebuild the application. Here I'm going to say yarn iOS and then enter. So let's wait for about 2 minutes for the app to rebuild, and once it is built, if all we have done everything correctly for the setup of the images, we need to be able to choose the images, and then those two images should be shown over here since we are mapping over it. So yeah, let's wait for about 2 minutes. Alright, so the app is built. Let's come back to upload and then select, and there you go, just like that, 2 images, add, and boom, just like that we're able to show that onto the screen. Let's first of all try to give the key for this IDX, and for the view it needs to be in a row fashion. Currently it is in column fashion, so flex of row and flex of wrap. Save. Okay, that's it, this part is done. So we can try to implement the functionality, that is create recipe. So onto the top below the interfaces, I'm going to say const create recipe is going to be equals to a async function. This in turn is going to have your form data, okay, of type form data, and here I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await API, import that from the correct package, not the package, the file, API.post, it's going to be directly / recipes. It's going to have the form data and your headers as well. I'm going to say content type, it's going to be multi-part / form data. Okay, that's it. And here we're going to return your response.data, just like this. Okay, so now we can try to initialize the mutation that is required, that is below your navigation. Let's try to add that or initialize it. I'm going to say const mutation is going to be equals to use mutation. Okay, and this in turn is going to have a mutation function, that is the one we just defined, create recipe, onto the top. Okay, and I'm going to say on success, taken a function over here. I'm going to say alert success and then recipe uploaded, and yeah, below this I'm going to say navigation.reset to the home screen. I'm going to say index is going to be 0. Pass on the routes as well. So here it's going to be an array of objects. Name is going to be main tabs, that is going to be the initial home screen, and the params as well. Screen is going to be equals to your home. Okay, I think there is some issue with the brackets. I think I've messed up or added one extra bracket. You can try to add this one. Okay, so the next one is going to be for the on error. I'm going to say on error. This is going to take in your error of any, and over here I'm going to say alert error, and let's pass on the error dot your response dot data dot your error, or it's going to be equals to upload failed. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, that's pretty much it. We can try to initialize the handle upload function over here. So here I'm going to say const handle upload is going to be equals to a normal function. So first of all, I'm going to check if at all not of your title dot trim. Then over here I'm directly going to say return alert dot alert. Here we're going to say validation, and this is going to say please enter a title. So for all, we do have all of the details. First of all, initialize your form data over here. So form data is going to be equals to new form data, and here I'm going to say form data dot append of title. Here I'm going to say title. Next we have access to the description, QSign type, as well as the ingredients. Let's add all of those. So form data dot append description, that is going to be equals to description or empty string. Similarly, form data dot append, here we're going to say QSign type. Here it's going to be equals to your QSign type. Okay, now this one. Next we're going to have your ingredients part. So I'm going to say your form data dot append of your ingredients, and over here I'm going to say your JSON dot stringify of your ingredients. Finally, we have the last part. I'm going to say form data dot append for your steps. Okay, here we're going to say JSON dot stringify of your steps. Cool, that's it. Here I'm going to say photos dot for each photo, comma your index over here. I'm going to initialize my URI, that is going to be equals to your photo.uri. Alright, so here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all not of your URI dot starts with your file and then forward slash, and if at all your platform dot os is equals to iOS, then over here in this case your URI is going to be equals to file plus your URI. So here on Android sometimes URI is contained as well as forward slash, so we're going to keep it, but Android is going to accept that part, and for iOS we need to ensure that it's going to be file colon forward slash. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So once that's done, after the if condition over here, I'm going to say form data dot append of your photos. Here it's going to have your URI. Let's pass on the name, that's going to be equals to your photo dot name, and next we're going to have the type, that is going to be equals to photo dot type, or it's going to be equals to your image, and then forward slash JPEG. Here or it's going to be equals to your backticks photo, then hyphen dollar I dot JPEG, and then a comma over here. That's it. So once that's done, you can actually try to log that over here. That is all of the details, uploading form data, which is the preview. So I'm just going to add that over here, and I'm going to say mutation dot mutate of your form data. Okay, let's try to save the file. So yeah, this part is done. So we can directly try to give the on press to your button which says upload recipe onto the bottommost part. So let's scroll down over here, and where it says handle, or where it says upload recipe, to this one we can give on press, and it's going to be equals to handle upload. I think I've missed out one more part in the backend. We need to add that. That is for your routes. We haven't added the recipe routes.ts. Okay, let's try to create a new file, and this is going to be equals to recipe routes.ts. Here initially, let's try to import router from Express. So import router from Express, and let's try to say const router is going to be equals to router, and here I'm going to say router.get. It's going to be /feed, and it's going to be equals to your get feed controller. Next is going to be equals to your router dot, not this one, it's going to be router.get /search. This is going to be equals to your search recipes. I don't think this is there. We can skip this for now because search is not working as expected. So next one is going to be for the upload. So router is going to be the post over here. So yeah, it's just going to be / and it's going to say authenticate. I think we need to write the middleware for this. I'm going to say upload over here, import that from the controller, as well as I'm going to say create. So let's try to first of all write the auth middleware within the middleware file. I think I've forgotten that. So middleware, I'm going to say new file, auth middleware.ts. So this is going to have in your JWT. I'm going to say import JWT from JSON web token. Here I'm going to say export const authenticate is going to be equals to request of request result of response, comma your next is going to be of the next function. Here first of all, let's try to grab the token. I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to request.headers dot your authorization dot split of the space and target the first one to get your token value after the bearer. Here check the condition stating that if not of token, then directly say return result dot status of 401 dot JSON with the error being no token is provided. Okay, once that's done, we can try to verify with the help of JWT. I'm going to say JWT.verify method. This in turn is going to have in your token, comma your process dot env dot your JWT underscore secret. So make sure you add that secret over there. Okay, and apart from that, we're going to have the error as well as the decoded value. We're going to check if at all there is any error. I'm going to say if error over here, then I'm going to say return result.status of 403 dot JSON with the error being invalid token. Okay, this part is done, and over here I'm going to say request as any dot your user. Okay, not like this, equals to your decoded, and then we can say next. Okay, I think there is a bracket issue. I'm not sure why the dot came over here. Okay, you can take a look at this. Let's try to save the file. We can try to import the authenticate from the middleware folder. Okay, so this part is done. We can continue writing the other routes, that is for get by id, like recipe, comment recipe, and so on. Here I'm going to say router.post. It's going to be / and then the dynamic id. Here we're going to say get by id, this one. Next I'm going to say router dot, I think this should be get, not post. Next is going to be post, so router dot post. It's going to be / id and then / your like. Okay, here I'm going to have an authenticate, and we're going to say like recipe over here. Similarly, I'm going to say router dot your post. Again, dynamic ID. Here we are gonna have your comment. We're gonna have authenticate and your comment recipe over here. Okay. Then similarly, I'm gonna say router.post. It's gonna have / your dynamic ID as well as your rating. Here we're gonna have authenticate and your rate recipe. I don't think we're gonna use the rate one, but yeah, we're gonna write it down over here. Then we're gonna say export default router. Okay, save the file. So yeah, this part is done. And for index.ts, we need to, not the index.ts, yeah, index.ts of the v1 folder, we need to include the routes over there. So that is for the recipe. Let's do that. Save this file, come back to index.ts of the v1 folder. Just like auth routes, we're gonna say v1 router dot use. It's gonna be / recipes, and over here it's gonna be equals to your recipe routes. Let's try to import that onto the top. I'm gonna say import recipe routes from your recipe routes. Okay, so yep, that's it. Let's try to save the file. And to the main app.ts, we can actually try to import it over here. That is for the uploads part. I'm going to say app.use of uploads and express.static of path.join and process.cwt, and we're going to pass in the value that's going to be uploads. You need to import the path over here. I'm going to say import path from path. Save the file. Let's try to run the backend. Okay, so no issues, as you can see it's running. Now let's try to give this a try. Hopefully, if we have done everything correctly, once we add this, we need to be able to post this recipe into the backend part. Okay, so let's come back to your upload recipe over here. Let's say title. I'm going to say paneer curry. Short description: how to make paneer curry. Cuisine Indian. Ingredients: paneer, let's say 1 cup. I'm just adding random details. Okay, steps, I'm just adding random steps again. It's going to be step 2, or we can say something like this. Okay, photos, I'm just going to add it over here. That is just 2 random photos, and then add over here. Let's see if at all we are able to upload the recipe and then upload recipe. Okay, so it says upload failed. Let's look into that issue over here. If there is any issue in the DevTools, let's check that out. So there you go, we do have uploading form data. Ingredients is there, steps is there, titles also there. So now it's finally working fine. So previously I had made an issue, that is the content type was not actually required over here within the create recipe function. So I've just removed that, and then I've normally used the api.post method. So now it's correctly working fine. And also for some reason the token was invalid, and even that was the reason it was not working. So I had to log out and then log in back again. And now let's give this a try. It's working properly fine. Let's come back to upload and let's enter a title. How to make paneer curry. Cuisine Indian. Let's add random ingredients over here. Add tomato, again 1 cup. Steps, I'm going to say boil water. Then final one, let's say, okay, something like this. Next, let's choose the photos over here. First 2, add and upload. And there you go, just like that, success recipe uploaded, and we are brought to the home screen where the feed would be showing once we design this. So this part is done. So we can directly get into the profile screen or the feed screen, because once we get into the feed screen, we also need to design the recipe detail as well. Okay, so we can actually look into the profile. I think for that we need to initialize a service that is known as the user service, that is going to get the profiles. Okay, not the profile, the exact recipe uploaded by the user and the profile of the user itself, and all of the enhanced recipes too. So let's get into writing the final service for the application, that is going to be your user service. All this done, recipe is done. This is going to be user service.ts. Okay, let's add that over here, and let's first of all initialize the Prisma client. I'm going to say const Prisma is going to be equals to new Prisma client, import it just like this, and here I'm going to say export const get profile, or get user profile is going to be equals to async function. Here having a user ID of type string, and I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await Prisma dot your user dot find unique method, here where this should match your ID, that is going to be your user ID. Alright, let's pass on the select method over here. ID is going to be equals to true, username true, email is going to be true, and then you're going to say bio is true. Similarly, all the other details as well. I'm going to say profile pic true. Okay, then your created at is going to be true too. Then your recipes, it's going to be order by with respect to created at, and then the descending order. Choose that option. It should include the likes, comments as well. So likes, select ID is going to be true. Similarly for the comments as well as the ratings. Okay, let's write that properly. Next is going to be for the ratings is true. Okay, so this part is done. So here check the condition stating that if at all not of user, then I'm going to say throw new error. Should say user is not found. Okay, next let's try to get the enhanced recipes with the count. So I'm going to say const enhanced recipes is going to be equals to your user dot your recipes dot apply the map for every recipe. Let's try to have in your like count, comment count, as well as the rating average. We've done this previously, so I'm just going to add it directly over here. You can take a look at it. Okay, so once we have this, we're just going to return the data. I'm going to say return basically your recipe, whatever is there, your like count, comma your comment count, then your rating average. This is going to be equals to your math dot your round of your rating average into 10. Okay, divided by 10. Likes is going to be equals to undefined. Your comment is going to be equals to undefined as well. So if apart from that, it's going to be ratings is going to be undefined. Okay, so that's it. Here I'm going to say return whatever is there in the user as well as your recipes is going to be equals to enhanced recipes. That's it. Let's try to save the file. So next is the final one, that is to update the profile of the user. So let's write that down. So here I'm going to say export const update user profile is going to be equals to async method having a user ID that is going to be of string, and data is going to be equals to username of string. Okay, Then your bio, that's optional, again string, and your profile pic as well. So here I'm gonna say profile pic of string. Here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all the data.username is present. So data.username, here I'm first of all going to check the existing value. So const existing is going to be equals to await Prisma dot your user dot apply the find unique method. Here where I'm going to say username is going to be equals to data.username. Here I'm going to check if at all existing is present, and existing dot id is not equals to user id. Then here I'm going to say throw new error which says username is taken. Okay, here I'm going to say const updated is going to be equals to await. We have the prisma.user.update method, use that. And over here, which one we need to update? Use the where. This should match the user ID and whatever data is present over here. Okay, that's it. And here we can return the updated data just like this. Okay, this part is done. So now we can move on to the next step, that is to write the user controller.ts file and include these two functionalities. So I'm going to create a new file into the controllers that is going to say user controller.ts, enter. Okay, here first of all let's try to initialize the storage. I'm going to say const storage is going to be equals to your multi dot, we have the disk storage. Let's pass on the destination that is going to have in your request response, request file, and the callback. It is going to be equals to callback of initially null and the directory that's going to be uploads. Okay, next I'm going to say your file name. Here we're going to have your request and the file again along with your callback. Here I'm going to say cb of null, and here it's going to be equal to the profile, the read.now, as well as the file.original name. So yeah, you can take a look at it. So that part is done. Let's try to handle for the get profile. So I'm going to say export const get profile is equals to not this one, async method having the request of type request and response of type response. Here first of all let's try to have in the try catch block. So catch of error, I'm going to say logger dot error of that specific error, and here I'm going to say result dot status of 404 dot json with a error being profile is not found. Okay, within the try block I'm going to say const user id is going to be equals to request as any dot user id. Okay, next you can try to log the data. So console.log data as well as your user id, and you can try to just call the profile and then send it to the front end part. So const profile is going to be equals to await get user profile of your user id, and we can directly say result.json of your profile over here. Okay, so for some reason the auto import is not working. Get user profile, I think the wrong spelling, I guess. Let's check out the user service over here. Yeah, so we are okay, wrong spelling, get. Okay, save. Yeah, now it got imported, that's good. So let's similarly write for the second one, that is going to be for the update profile. Okay, so here I'm going to say export const update profile is going to be equals to a async method with your request of type request, result, or response of type response. Okay, here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try catch of error. Okay, here I'm going to say logger dot error of your error. Okay, there is no arrow over here. Below that I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot json with a error being your error dot message. That's it. Within the try block, let's try to get in the user ID. It's going to be the similar way. Copy that down, add it over here. Next I'm going to say const username comma your bio is going to be equals to your request dot body. Here I'm going to say let profile pic, it's going to be of string or undefined. If your request dot file is present, then your profile pic is going to be equals to make use of backticks uploads dollar request dot your file dot file name. Okay, that's how we access this, not the field name. So apart from this, let's try to access the updated value. So I'm going to say const updated is going to be equals to await, use that method, that is update user profile. It's already imported onto the top. Use that function, pass in the user ID as well as your username, your bio and your profile pic. Okay, and now we can see directly result.json of your updated. Save the file. Yeah, this part is done. We can create the routes, that is going to be your user routes.ts file. Within the v1 I'm going to say user routes.ts, and here we're going to have all of the routes, that is for your get profile as well as the upload profile pic or update the profile. You can take a look at it. We can skip the upload profile pic for now. Let's try to save. Okay, so yeah, no issues. This part is done. So let's come back to index.ts. Here we need to use the user routes that we have defined. So it's going to be equals to v1 router dot use method, not unsubscribe, use. Here it's going to be equals to / users and the user routes over here. All right, here I'm going to say import user routes from user routes. Save the file. Okay, that's it. So we can directly head into your profile screen and let's start designing that. You can check the screenshot in the description, that is in the form of a PDF. All the screenshots for the app are given. So let's come back to profile screen.tsx and then onto the top. Yeah, so this was the small logout of implemented. So we can do this later, or we can look into this part later. First of all, I'm going to define the interfaces for the recipe as well as the profile. So I'm going to say interface recipe. It's going to have ID of string, title of string as well, your photos of string 2. Next I'm going to say type profile equals to, okay, this is an interface. Okay, let's have an type only over here. Okay, so here I'm going to have an again ID of string, username of string as well, email is going to be string 2, and then bio is going to be string again, your profile pic string or null. Next created at is going to be string, recipes is going to be of type recipe of an array, just like this. Okay, this part is done. I'm going to initialize my base URL over here. I'm going to say const base URL is going to be equals to if at all my platform dot your OS is equals to Android. It's going to be this, that is http / 10.0.2.2 and then 3000 Else if it is iOS, it's going to be normal HTTP localhost. $3,000. Okay, that's it. So yeah, let's define some states over here. So navigation is done. Apart from that, we're gonna have few more things. That is with respect to your query client. So I'm gonna say const query client is gonna be equals to use query client. Use that just like this. So const is editing, comma set is editing is gonna be equals to use state. It is gonna be false initially. Next I'm gonna say const username, comma set username is going to be equals to use state, initially empty, and I'm going to say const bio, comma set bio is going to be equals to use state of a empty string. Next we're going to have your random seed as well as the local pick state. I'm just going to add it over here just like this. Let's try to save the file. Let's come back to profile over here. Okay, so this part is done. We can directly head into your return block for now. Okay, let's remove this. I'm going to make use of a safe area view. Save, and let's provide the class name for this. It's going to have a flex of 1 and then a bg gray of 100. Okay, as you can see that got applied. And over here I'm going to initialize my flat list. So this is going to be equals to your profile.recipes. I think it's better to handle the profile data first and then we can directly design this. So let's get back over here. Here I'm going to say const data of profile is loading, error if any is going to be equals to use query hook, use that from TanStack, and it is going to be of profile over here. Here it's going to take in the query function as well as the query key. I'm going to pass on profile over here, and here I'm going to say query function is going to be equals to your fetch profile. I think we need to define this fetch profile function. We can do it onto the top right below this. I'm going to say const fetch profile is going to be equals to async function. Const result is going to be equals to await API, import that dot, we have the get method, and this is going to be your URL, that is /users/ your profile. Okay, then here I'm going to say return result.data as profile. Similarly I'm going to write it for the update profile itself. So I'm going to say const update profile mutation is going to be equals to async of your form data, that is going to be of type form data. Here I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await API dot is going to be the put method. Since it's updating, it's going to be /users/ profile and your form data over here. Okay, I think I've missed an arrow over here. So here directly I'm going to say return result dot your data. Okay, that's it. So yep, let's try to include this, that is fetch profile over here. And within the use effect, we're going to have a use effect over here. I'm going to say use effect, import that from React. This is going to be dependent upon your profile, and after all we do have the profile data already set, then set the states automatically. Okay, I'm going to say set username to be of your profile dot username. Similarly set bio to be of your profile dot bio. Okay, hopefully no issues. Okay, as you can see we are getting the data in the backend part, which means we do have access to the profile details. Let's actually try to have in the mutation over here. So I'm going to say const mutation is going to be equals to use mutation. This is for the update profile. I'm going to write it now itself. It's going to take in the mutation function that's going to be update profile mutation that we have defined onto the top. So on success, what needs to happen? Let's define that. Take in a function over here, and here I'm going to say a query client dot we have the invalidate queries. This is going to take in a query key basically. That is going to be a profile. Okay. Next, I'm going to say set is editing to be a false, and set local pick to be of null, and I'm going to say alert dot alert success profile is updated. Okay, and here on error, what needs to happen? Let's write that out. Having your error of any, and here I'm going to say alert dot alert error. Here it's going to be equals to your error dot your response dot data dot error. That's it. Let's try to save the file. So now I think we can come back to your flat list, and let's pass on the design. Data is going to be equals to your profile dot your recipes, and it's going to have your content container style as well. There is some padding horizontal of let's say 16, and it's going to have a padding bottom. So padding bottom of 80. Apart from that, number of columns is going to be equals to 2. It's going to have your key extractor as well. That is going to be equals to taking a value and then dot id. Next, we need to pass in the render item method. That is going to be equals to render recipe. We're going to define that onto the top, and apart from that, we're going to have your list empty component as well as the list header component. So first of all, for list empty component, render a text which is going to say no recipes yet. Okay, let's pass on the class name over here. This is going to have a text gray of 500, empty of 4, and list header component. Here we're going to have all of the details with respect to your image, your profile name, username, and all these details. Okay, let's try to design this now. So I'm going to say list header component equals to, this in turn is going to have a view. Within that, we're going to have a touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. Here we're going to have the animated image. Okay, so animated dot image. This is going to have your source, which in turn is going to have a URI that's going to be equals to profile URI. And next, I'm going to say style is going to be equals to opacity. So we need to define both of these. Let's pass on the class name for this. This is going to have a width of 28 and a height of 20. Height of 28 as well. Rounded is going to be full. So rounded full, MB of 3. BG gray of 200. Okay, and then on error, what needs to happen? Let's define that. It's going to take an event, and I'm going to say console.error. I'm going to say profile pick load error. Here is going to be equals to e dot native event dot error, and a URI is going to be equals to the profile URI. So here we are actually trying to add a random URI at a time. That is, if at all there is no profile image, is going to be empty. Else we're just going to add a random animated emoji for each profile user. So I'm just going to add in the code for that along with the animation part. Okay, so yeah, make sure to import useref over here. That's for the opacity, and this is again for the animation part. You can take a look at it. So here this is for your profile URI. First of all, check if all local pic.uri is present. Then it's going to be equals to your profile.profile pic, else your base URL dot, else your base URL of profile.profile pic, else it's going to be this random image. Save the file. Yeah, render recipe doesn't exist. Let's try to first of all define that, and then we can continue designing this. So onto the top over here, I'm going to say const render recipe is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the item over here, and this item is going to be of type recipe. Okay, here we're going to say return or touchable opacity, which in turn is going to check the condition stating that if all the item dot photos of the first photo is present, so check like that, question mark. If it's present, then show the image, import image from React Native as such, and then pass on the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, that is going to be equals to, because of backticks, it's going to be $base URL. Okay, and then dollar your item dot photos of 0. Let's also give the class name for this. I'm going to say class name over here, so that we can see the image onto the screen. It's going to have a width of full, okay, height of 36, rounded of LG. Okay, so this part is done, and yeah, let's try to have in the on error. It's going to be similar that we've defined over here. Just add that over here onto the top. Else if it is not present, I'm going to have a view. Within that, we're going to have a iron icons. Here the name is going to be equals to image outline. Okay, size is going to be equals to 36. Color is going to be equals to this color code, that is hashtag CBD5 and then E1. For the view, let's pass on the design. I'm going to say class name over here. It's going to be equals to width of full, height of 36, rounded of LG, and then a BG gray of 200, items of center, justify of center as well. Save. Okay, cannot read property profile pic of undefined. Okay, let's look into that. Or let's try to directly render the emoji icon or the emoji image. Save. Let's come back over here, and there you go. That's working fine because we do not have any kind of profile pic implemented as of now. So we're just going to show a random emoji every time we open up the profile screen. Okay, that is being shown now. So yeah, this part is done. So for the touchable opacity, let's give the style over here, that is within the render recipe. I'm going to say on press initially, taken a function, and here we are going to say navigation dot navigate to your routes dot your recipe details. Okay, I don't think that's present yet, so let's remove that. Once when we create that recipe details screen, we're going to add that. Okay, so here pass on the class name. It's going to be width of 1/2 and PR of 2 as well as MB of 4. Okay, active opacity is going to be equals to 0.85, and boom, just like that. As you can see, this user had posted one recipe, and this was the first image they have chosen, so we are getting that image correctly fine, which is good. So let's actually style out the list header component properly, that is pending. So for the view, I'm going to say class name item center empty of 6, and we're going to have MB of 6 as well. Okay, that's looking fine. So apart from the image, I'm going to check if all is editing is true. So is editing, and over here I'm going to have a view. Here I'm going to have iron icons. Name is going to be equals to camera. Size is going to be equals to 18, and your color is going to be equals to 111 and then 827. So here for this particular view, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have absolute positioning, and right is going to be 0. Bottom is going to be 0 as well. BG of white, rounded full, and then shadow. Save. Okay. So next I'm gonna have, again, if release editing is true, we're gonna show the text input, else it's gonna be the profile dot username. That's gonna come right below here. Touchable opacity. Let's add it over here. Okay. So okay, I think your text input is not present, as well as your set username as well. I think we need to, initialize the state for that. That is username as well as set username. I think it's done. Let's verify that. Yeah, username is there. Set username is okay. N is small. Let's make it small over here. Okay, let's write that properly. Set username. Okay, so some issue with respect to this one. Okay, I guess I know why this is happening. That is this issue which says, property username of undefined. So what happens is, once when we directly come to the profile screen, we are directly trying to access the profile username, and for the initial second it might not be valid because it would take around, let's say, at least a second to load the data. Okay, so for that reason we are getting this issue. So I'm just gonna, also there was one more typo error over here. I've just fixed that up. Initially it was a capital N over here, whereas we had changed the state name to small n. So make that change, and apart from that, I'm gonna just check the condition stating that if at all the profile is not present, then return null. Okay, so then it should work properly fine. That is, this is the only change that's being done. This one, it says if not of profile, then we're gonna return null. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. This is gonna remain as is. Just try to add this condition over here, which says if not of profile, then just try to return null. Save the file. You should be able to see the design over here. Okay, so yeah, that's looking good. I think some issue with respect to the image. Let's just keep this one over here. Okay, save. Let's reload once. Okay, something happened, but for some reason it is not trying to show that image. Not sure why. Let's do one thing. Let's try to remove and come back to the previous state, and then we can directly add the condition. Save. Yeah, that's working fine. Here let's add that condition. Let's say onto the top over here, that is, if your is loading is present, show that activity indicator with that view at the center part of the screen. Else, if at all there is any error, or if at all not of profile, then show this detail over here. Okay, so that's it. So yeah, this part is done. So now let's come back to your flat list point. That is, after is editing or after showing your bio, I think email is shown. Next is one more condition over here. I'm going to say is editing is true, then having a text input. Okay, else over here I'm going to say having a text over here. This is going to say profile.bio, or I'm going to say no bio yet. Save. Okay, as you can see, this user has not added any bio, so it's going to be no bio yet. So I think this should come within this. Okay, so for the text input, let's try to add the value over here. Here I'm going to say value that is going to be equals to your bio, and then on change text, this is going to be equals to your set bio. Furthermore, your placeholder, that is going to be equals to add a short bio. It's going to be multi-line, and class name is going to be equals to empty of 3, text of center, width of full, border, and I'm going to say rounded is going to be LG, px of 3, py of 2, and then a bg of white. Okay, that's good. And for the text which says profile dot bio, let's pass on the design for that. So class name for this in turn is going to have empty of 3, and then text of center, width of full, border rounded of LG, PX of 3, PY of 2, BG of white. Okay, as you can see, no bio yet. That's good. And yeah, below that we're going to show the profile.created at, that is when they joined. That's going to come right below this text. Let's add it over here. Save. As you can see, joined 11/12/2025. Okay, so now below the text, I'm going to again have in one more view, and if is editing is true, we're going to show the cancel as well as the save button over here. So I'm going to say is editing. So here I'm going to have an touchable opacity. Within that, I'm going to have the condition stating that if at all my mutation dot is pending, then here I'm going to have activity indicator, else it's going to be a text which is going to say save button. Okay, and with activity indicator, let's pass on the color, that is going to be equals to white. Okay, and for the save, here I'm going to say class name, it's going to have text of white, font of semi bold, and yeah, that's it. And below this, let's have one more touchable opacity, which is going to say cancel. So I'm going to say touchable opacity, having a text which is going to say cancel. Let's pass on the design for this. So class name, so text carry of 800, and a font of semi bold. Else if it is not is editing, it's going to be equals to edit profile or the logout button. So let me add the design for that over here. So you can try to add these two designs. Let's try to save the file. Okay, let's try to give the design for the outermost view. It's going to have a class name, so essentially flex of row, and apart from that, empty of 4, width of full, justify of between, px of 4. There you go, that's looking good. So that's it. So once you press on edit profile, it's going to set is editing to be true, and all of these conditions should become true, and then it needs to show the details over there according to that. Okay, so that's it. This part is done, and below that we're going to have your favorites and corrections design. Most probably we are not going to look into that, so I'm directly going to add the design for that. That's going to come right below this view. Okay, you can actually skip these two designs, it's not required as of now. Let's try to format once and then save. Okay, this part is complete. So these are all of the recipes added by this specific user. Okay, now let's actually press on edit profile over here, and there you go. Just like that, it says add a short bio, and we can cancel it as well. I think for cancel we haven't given that on press. Let's check that out once. Yeah, this is the one. Here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, set is editing to be a false. Okay, so it will come back to the previous state. So edit profile, let's say add a short bio. I'm going to say good vibes only. And okay, I think the save is not being shown, because over here is editing is true. We have the cancel, but we do not have the save over here. So instead of mutation.is pending, let's check out is loading once, because for some reason we need to be able to see that button. Okay, I don't think there is loading for this save. Let's come back to the previous state itself. Okay, I can see the save button, my bad, it's in white color. So yeah, let's make that in a different color. That is, let's say text red or text green. Yeah, so there you go, that's looking good. Okay, yeah, so because of the design issues, I thought it was in a different color, so it's not being shown. Yeah, it is being shown over here. We can give this a try, but we need to give an on press for that. That is going to be equal to your handle update, and it's going to be disabled over here if at all your mutation dot is pending is true. So let's go on to the top and then define this function, that is handle update function. let's go on to the top over here. Let's say below this, I'm going to say const handle update is going to be equals to normal arrow function. So first condition itself is if not of profile, then directly try to return from the function. So I'm going to say const ft is going to be equals to new form data. Okay, and here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all username is present, if at all username is not equals to your profile dot username, then I'm going to say ft dot append method, this is the key, and the value is going to be equals to your username, that is the updated username, whatever the user is given. And similarly, if your bio is not equals to your profile dot bio, then here I'm going to say ft dot append of your bio comma your bio over here. Okay, next I'm going to check if at all local pic is there, then ft dot append, the key is going to be profile pic. Okay, here I'm going to say URI, that is going to be equals to your local pic dot your URI, and the name is going to be equals to your local pic dot name, type is going to be equals to your local pic dot type, or your image / JPEG. Okay, so this part is done. So here, once that's done, here I'm just going to say mutation dot mutate of your ft. That's it. So we can directly try to give this handle update onto the save button over here, where we have that at this point. On press, I'm directly going to say handle save. Sorry, not handle save, handle update. Save. Let's try to give this a try. I'm going to say good vibes only. Save. Okay, so there is a issue over here. It says cannot destructure property username of request.body as it is undefined. Okay, so let's check out the user controller. That is where the issue might be coming from. So users and then profile. Yeah, something with respect to this. Let's check out the user service once. For the updating of profile, this is the one. So here initially we are first of all checking your data.username. If that's present, then existing is going to be equals to prisma.user.find unique, and you're going to find where that is going to be equals to the username. That should match the data.username. And if existing and existing.id is not equals to user ID, then throw new errors. Yeah, even that's correct. So actually let's write it like this. Instead of request.body, I'm going to say const body is going to be equals to request.body, and const username is going to be equals to, first of all check the type. If it's equals to string, then access that value, else the same thing for the bio as well. Okay, let's actually give this one more try. I'm going to say save, and boom, just like that, success profile updated. Let's try to reload the app once. You should be able to see that over here. So as you can see, now it's working correctly fine. That is, once I've changed the bio, there is good vibes only, it is showing that correct bio itself. So even if I reload now, it is going to show the updated bio. Previously it was empty, now it's going to show good vibes only. Okay, and even this is correctly showing fine. So this is almost done. You can also try to log out as well. So let's come back to your feed screen. Let's try to finish designing this, and that's going to be the last part, because for some reason the search is not working as expected, so we're going to skip that part. So let's come back to your home screen or DSX. So here initially onto the top, let's have in the interface being written for the recipe. So I'm going to say interface recipe. This in turn is going to have ID of string. Title is going to be string as well. Photos is going to be again array of string. Next we're going to have your QSign type. That is going to be string again. Author is going to contain the username. That is going to be of string. And profile pic is going to be of string as well. Okay, so apart from that, we're going to have your like count. I'm going to say like count in the form of a number, as well as your comment count in the form of a number as well. Next, we're going to have your rating average. Okay, this too is going to be a number. So yeah, let's try to write the function which says fetch feed over here. I'm going to say const fetch feed is going to be equals to async function, and over here I'm going to have the page params. Okay, so here that's going to be of type string. Let's say just page param over here. So here, first of all, let's try to initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await API dot, it's going to be the get method. Here I'm going to say / recipes and then / your feed. Okay, here I'm going to pass in the params, that is going to be limit. So let's say we only want the first 10 recipes that are posted by the user. Okay, and I'm going to say cursor is going to be page param. Okay, that's it. And once we have the data, I'm just going to say return your response.data. So here I'm going to say return response.data. That's it. So here within your home screen, I'm going to first of all have in my navigation part, I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Okay, here first of all try to get the data, and let's initialize the use infinite query. Okay, from your TanStack query, I'm going to say const data comma fetch next page comma has next page comma is fetching next page. So all of these are required for the pagination part, comma your is loading comma error your refetch mechanism and is refetching is going to be equals to use infinite query. Okay, here let's have in your query key, that is going to be your feed, and we're going to have your query function, that is going to be fetch feed. This is already defined onto the top, that is one which you just defined, and initial page param is going to be your undefined. Next, get next page param is there. Here this is going to take in your last page, and I'm going to say last page dot next cursor or undefined. Okay, so yep, that's it. So you can take a look at it. So after this is done, the next one is let's try to initialize all of the recipes that are going to come from the data. So I'm going to say const recipes is going to be of type recipe. Okay, and it's going to be equals to your data dot recipes and dot, I'm going to say make use of the flat map functionality. So for any value, I'm going to say p dot recipes or empty string. Okay, so save the file. Okay, my bad. So this should be data dot pages, not recipes. Save. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So let's also try to define the load more as well as your on refresh with the help of the use callback hook. Right below your recipes, here I'm going to say const load more is going to be equals to make use of the use callback hook. Okay, and first of all check the condition stating that if at all has next page is true and not of is fetch is fetching next page, then call the fetch next page functionality that's going to come from your use infinite query, and this is going to be dependent upon your has next page is fetching next page as well as the fetch next page. So this is for the on refresh, that is once any post is available and once the user pulls down to refresh, again we're going to refetch such that it refetches the latest posts and then shows that onto the screen. Okay, so again let's try to initialize your dynamic base URL over here. I'm going to say const base URL is going to be equals to your platform dot os is equals to Android, then it's going to be equals to http 10.0.2.2 and then 3000, else it's going to be equals to http localhost 3000. Okay, that's it. So yeah, let's actually try to come down to the return block, or before that, if at all is loading is present, we're going to show the design. So I'm going to say if is loading is true, I'm going to say return a safe area view, and over here I'm going to have a view. Basically within that we're going to have here activity indicator, import that from React Native. So size is going to be equals to large. So for the safe area view, let's pass on the class name. That's going to have a flex of 1, bg gray of 50, and for this inner view over here, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1, items of center, and justify of center as well. Save. Okay. So similarly for if error any, I'm gonna show the design for that. Let's try to add that over here, and then let's try to import the touchable opacity. Save. Okay. So now we can get into the return block design. I'm gonna make use of a safe area view over here again. So let's pass on the design for this. So class name, it's gonna have a flex of 1, bg gray of 100. Okay. And here let's try to have in one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which is going to say discover. As you can see, that is being shown onto the screen. Let's pass on the class name for the inner view, px of 4, pt of 4, pb of 3, flex of row, item center, justify of between, bg is going to be transparent. Alright, so for the text, let's pass on the class name, text of 2xl, font is going to be bold, text gray of 900. Okay, that's looking good. So below that, we're going to have the search icon as well as the add icon within the view. So let's try to design that. Here I'm going to have a view, within that a touchable opacity. Here I'm going to have your iron icons. Let's pass on the name. That's going to be equals to your search. Alright, and size is going to be equals to 18. Color is going to be equals to this color code, that is hashtag 374151. Let's try to have this down one more time. That is for the touchable opacity over here. So here I'm going to say add. Okay. Here I'm going to say hashtag 10b981. So for the touchable opacity over here, I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and over here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the search over here. Okay, we can actually skip this because we're not actually focusing on the search part as of now. We can try to directly give the class name, that is going to be mr of 3, and then p of 2, some internal spacing, padding of 2, bg is going to be white, and then rounded of full, shadow is going to be equals to sm. Save. Okay, as you can see, that's looking good. So similar styling I'm going to give it to the next one, that is the next touchable opacity. Here we're going to remove the mr of 3, and other design is going to remain same. Reload the app. Okay, that's looking fine. So for the view over here, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of row, and then items of center. That's it. So now let's try to render the recipe. That's the only part. So below the view, having a flat list. This in turn is going to be coming from React Native. It's going to have a content container style. It's going to have, padding of 16, padding bottom of 80, and over here data is going to be equals to your recipes. Render item is going to be equals to your render item. Furthermore, I'm going to say key extractor. Here I'm going to say having the item, and over here I'm just going to say item.id. Apart from key extractor, we're going to have on end reached, which is going to say load more. Automatically it should load more posts if at all they're present. And I'm going to say on end reached threshold, it's going to be equals to 0.6. Use that. And I'm going to say refresh control, that is once you pull to refresh, I'm going to say refresh control from React Native. Refreshing is going to be equals to your is refetching. So here I'm going to say is refetching. Apart from that, I'm going to say on refresh is going to be equals to directly try to say on refresh. Okay, I'm going to pass in the tint color, that is going to be equals to 6b7. So hashtag over here. So 6b7 and then 280. Alright, this part is done. Apart from that, I'm going to say list photo component. This is going to be equals to, I'm going to first of all check the condition stating that is fetching next page if it's true. Okay, then in that case over here, I'm going to show a view. Within that, I'm going to have in my activity indicator being shown. And here I'm going to have in view again. Class name is going to be equals to height of 24. Okay, so let's pass on the design for this. I'm going to say class name py of 4 and items of center. Save the file. So it says error, that is render item doesn't exist. Let's try to fix that up. And before that, let's try to add in the list empty component over here. That's below your list photo component. Save. Okay, let's go on to the top and then define the render item functionality over here. Let's say right below the return block, right above the return block. So const render item is going to be equals to taking the item over here. Item is going to be of type recipe. Here I'm going to say const image URL is going to be equals to your item.photos and your item.photos of 0. Okay, if this is present, then it's going to be equals to, there is no semicolon over here, remove that. So yeah, make use of backticks and it's going to be equals to dollar base URL, and here I'm going to say dollar item.photos of 0. Okay, else it is just going to be equals to your undefined. This part is done. So here I'm going to say return. I'm going to say touchable opacity. Within that, we're going to have your condition stating that if at all your image URI is present or image URL is present, then render your image. Let's try to have in your image icon from React Native. Here let's pass on the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, that is going to be equals to your image URL. Okay, and over here I'm going to pass on the class name, that is going to be equals to width of full and a height of 48. Resize mode is going to be equals to, so resize mode contain, not contain, cover, let's give it cover, and on error over here, that is if there is any error while loading the image. Here I'm going to say console.error. I'm going to say image load error, comma e.nativeEvent dot error. Pass in your URI with that specific image URI. Okay, that's it. And else if at all no image is present, we're just going to show an image icon or a design which says no image. So make sure you import your iron icons over here. The name is going to be equals to image outline, size is going to be equals to 40, color is going to be equals to hashtag CB D5 and then E1. And I'm going to have a text which is going to say no image. Let's pass on the design for the view. So class name, it's going to have width of full and a height of 48, items of center, justify of center as well, and a BG gray of 100. And for the text which says no image, class name, we are going to say text gray of let's say 400 and empty of 2. Save. And there you go. Just like that, it's working correctly fine. We do have one image. We do have one post that is done by the current user and that is being shown. And as and when you refresh, it is going to update the latest posts. So since you only have one post in the backend, it is only showing one image over here. Okay, that's it. So yeah, this part is done. So we can try to show the content part that is going to come right below your this design. Having a view, this in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have another view. Here I'm going to first of all check if all item.author.profile pic is present, then show the profile pic, else just show a person icon. I'm just going to get the design for that. That is going to be right over here, just like this. Save the file. As you can see, this person doesn't have the profile pic, so it is going to show just like that. Class name, I'm going to say padding of 4, and over here I'm going to say class name again. It's going to be a flex of row, items of center, justify of between, and MB of 2. Save. Right, that's looking cool. So here I'm going to say class name for the inner view. Again, this also is going to have a flex of row and then items of center. Okay, so this part is done. So below that, we're going to show the item.title and all the other details. So below this, I'm going to have in a view. So yeah, apart from that, I'm going to have two pieces of texts. The first one is going to say item.title, class name, text of base, font of semi-bold, text gray of 900. Save. As you can see, that's being shown correctly fine. Below that, your author name and the username, all these details are going to be shown. I'm going to say item.author.your username. Then I'm going to say item.yourQusign type. Save. As you can see, that's being shown correctly fine. I'm just going to say option 8 over here for that dot. So for the view, class name should be given. Okay, there is no design for this. We can skip that. So for your second text over here, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of XS and a text gray of 500. Okay, that's looking neat. So now the next step is for the details of the like count, comment count, as well as the rating average. Okay, that's going to come right below. I think we also have one more touchable opacity that's going to contain the bookmark icon. Let's try to add in that. That's going to come right over here. Save. Okay, that's looking cool. So below this view, I'm going to have one more view. So this in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have another view. This over here is going to have your iron icons. That's going to be name, heart. Size is going to be 16. Color is going to be equals to EF and then 444. We're going to have a text which is going to say item.like count. Alright, so let's try to have in this a couple of times. So second one is going to say item dot your comment count. This is going to say item dot your rating average. Dot to fixed to be of 1. As you can see, 0 likes, 0 comments, and then 0 rating as of now. So for the icons, let's make the change. It's going to be chat bubble. So I'm going to say chat bubble ellipsis. Okay, that got changed. Color is going to be equals to 6B7280. Okay, and for this it's going to be equals to your star icon. It's going to have a different color code, that is F59E0B. Okay, that's looking good. So for the outermost view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of row. Alright, and then items of center. Same thing goes for each of the inner views that's present. Flex of row, item center, MR of 4. Copy this for each of the inner views. That's this one as well as this one. Save. Okay. So as you can see, that's looking good. So for the text over here, let's pass on the class name. This in turn is going to have ML of 2 and a text of SM. So copy that down and then pass it to each of the texts over here. For the outermost view, give it a class name. I'm going to give it a flex of row, items of center, and justify of between, empty of 2, and save the file. So there you go, that's looking neat. We are basically done with the home screen. You can try to add different posts by a single user or by multiple users, and then you can actually check out how exactly the pagination is working. I'm not going to do for that part. Actually, my Mac is almost out of space and I'm not able to record it. That is for the second part. I don't want to add just a small amount of content in part 2. So I'm just going to add in the code for the next one. That is going to be the recipe details screen, as you saw in the demo part of the video. That is, once you press on this, automatically we should be able to go into the recipe details screen. I think let's create that screen over here. So I'm going to say screens over here, new screen, recipe details screen. .tsx rnfe as to the Sujan code snippet. Let's try to save the file. And over here, we need to include that screen basically. Let's say within your app stack. So right below your main tabs, we're going to have the new screen being shown. That is going to be your recipe details screen. Copy that down. And I'm just going to pass on the code for that. You can take a look at it. So here it's going to be equals to, first of all, let's verify if at all we have mentioned that in the routes recipe details. Okay, I don't think that is there. Let's add that. I'm going to say recipe details is going to be equals to recipe details. Come back over here. Your app stack. It's going to be equals to routes dot recipe details. Component to render is going to be equals to recipe details screen. So here I'm going to say recipe details screen, and options is going to be equals to header shown false. It's going to remain as is. Save the file. So I'm just going to add the code for that, and you can take a look at it. And it's slightly huge, I guess. I hope you would understand this. And I would be giving the explanation for this right below in the description. You can take a look at it. And it's basically self-explanatory as well. Okay. Just that my Mac is out of space and I'm not able to record any more videos. So I'm going to add the code for this. So you can take a look at it. So let's come back to home screen, and where we have the initial touchable opacity, or where we have the initial render item, to the main parent, we're just going to give the on press such that we navigate to the routes.recipe details. Let's do that over here to your main touchable opacity. I think we forgot to give the class name for this. So bg of white, rounded up to XL, overflow is going to be hidden, a shadow. Okay, let's quickly provide in your on press for this. Take in a function, and I'm going to say your navigation dot your navigate to be of your routes dot your recipe details, and pass in your ID. That is going to be equals to your item dot ID. So let's try to give this a try. I'm just going to press on this, and boom, just like that, we are coming directly to the next screen. So you can try to like, you can try to comment, let's say good post. Okay, so as you can see, I just commented good post over here. That's working properly fine. And you can actually try to view the images just like this. So it's a carousel basically. So based on how many ever images the user has posted while uploading the recipe, all the images you can see over here, and you can try to like the post as well. As you can see, as soon as I like, it changed from 0 to 1 likes, and even comment is 1. And we have all of the details, that is your ingredients, your steps, whatever the user is given, just like this. Okay, so this is a basic minimal screen. So yeah, you can check out the code from the starting points to the end point, and I'll also be sending the code for just this one in the description. Okay. So yes, that's it about this video. So hope you found this interesting and hope you learned something. And yes, this was a very simple project, I agree on that. So we'll be building more interesting and complex projects in the coming videos. So hope you found this interesting. If you like this video, please do hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's see you in the next project, and then thank you for watching.